Very good. Thank you very much, members. Good morning. The first task I have is to actually call for nominations for a Vice Chairperson of the Executive Board. And I call for those nominations, but I'd personally like to nominate Councillor Elisa Machini. Do I have a seconder? Are there any further nominations? Okay, could we vote for Councillor Elisa Machini? That's good. Well, welcome, Councillor Machini. If you'd like to join me up here, I'd be most grateful. Thank you. Good morning. Just wait for Councillor Machini to take a role. Excellent. Firstly, I'd like to formally welcome everyone to this meeting of the Greater Cambridge Partnership Executive Board. Particularly welcome those who are listening on the live stream. Welcome to them. I'd also like to welcome our new County Council representative and our new Vice Chairperson, Councillor Elisa Machini. And I'd also like to welcome City Council representative, Councillor Lewis Herbert, who's joining us for one last hurrah, and will enjoy reading my thanks to him for his service in the minutes, which we're just about to review. But welcome back, Lewis. And I'd also really like to extend a very, very warm welcome to Mayor Dr. Nick Johnson. Really appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule, and I know you've rearranged things today to join us. This is very welcome to see you at this meeting. Just to be clear, the Mayor is attending at my discretion in a non-voting capacity, but this is obviously a recognition of the really important role which the Combined Authority plays in the work of the GCP as the Strategic Transport Authority. So a very, very warm welcome on behalf of myself and the Executive Board to you. And I think I'd like to just invite you to make any introductory comments to the Executive Board. So please.
Thank you, Councillor Cock. I'm very delighted to be here for my first meeting of the GCP Board. I hope it's one of many in the next 4 years, but as I say, I must apologise early. I do have a long-standing family engagement postponed because of COVID, so I'm going to stay as long as I possibly can, and then I'll take my first break since my appointment. But seriously feeling, for me, it was very important to come and join you today, as I recognise the importance of the relationship of myself and the Combined Authority with the Greater Cambridge Partnership over the next 4 years. Now, I don't suppose we'll agree on everything, but I must admit that our initial discussions have been very fruitful and very promising, and we definitely seem to have a both similar direction of travel. I really believe that we need a reboot of transport priorities moving forward, and importantly, with the new County Council leadership, myself as the Mayor and the Cambridge City Council, we have more in common than our differences. We do need to cooperate and collaborate to ensure we come up with a joined-up, connected transport system, not just obviously for the Greater Cambridgeshire Partnership, but for my case, the whole of the Combined Authority, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. So we can deliver exciting and innovative solutions to our transport needs. We need to get people out of their cars into better, more connected public transport. And we need to be promoting healthier, active travel, whether it's cycling, walking, or even equestrian. We have to be mindful of the environment, and we always need to be aware of the green solutions. Now, as you know, I said in my election campaign that I believe in buses, buses, buses. They are the quick solution to try and start tackling the issue of getting people out of their cars to ease congestion. But we do need to look at those problems across Cambridge and develop a viable alternative. And that is something I'm focusing on with a revised transport strategy, which will hopefully be available by the end of July. But as it always is the case, it's about our relationships and mine with yours, and it has to be a two-way street. So I'm very much looking forward to working with you forward, and I hope you will also be adopting the mantra that I campaigned on of ideas of the 3 C's: the compassion, the cooperation, and the sense of community at all our decisions. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Can I just ask any member of the Executive Board like to follow up? Any questions? Claire Ruskin, you go.
I'd just like to welcome you, Nick. Very pleased that you are joining us, and the cooperation is what we're all about. I guess I'm going to get straight to the point. Do you support our general schemes and the busways in particular? Are they within your vision for the future?
Yes, the busways in themselves are in my vision, and I believe the sort of the transport strategy going forward. I think obviously there are details, more finer details, which you are it's down to your discussions. But I want to work with the vision of busways. I've seen the benefit that they brought in terms of the corridor between Cambridge and St Ives. And I absolutely recognise there have been some significant challenges in terms of the process of consultation. But ultimately, the decision that is made by your group is one that I know that we will have to work with. And I'm not in the idea of putting further stops of something that should have been moving forward over a period of time.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you as well, Nick, and thank you for those words of support. It was more just a general welcome to what you've said, because over the years, the GCP, the Assembly and the Executive Board, I think we've been working with a range of different communities, and we will hear the voice of a number of those today, but there is also a strong silent community out there that I also think it is our duty to listen to and uncover their views and their support, because there are no easy decisions here, as you've said and as you know. And from the education sector, it's really important, I think, that we do move forward and improve public transport in the Greater Cambridge area. And I very much look forward to working with you on that going forward.
Thank you, Phil. Any other questions? So I'd like to again thank you, Mayor, for those comments. Very, very helpful. I think I take away from that sort of support for us pressing on and making the decisions we have on our agenda today. It would be clear, and I think that as you say, we recognise that the schemes in front of us, none of them are perfect, but we have to make a decision at some point, and I take away from your comments that you have our support today in pressing on and making those decisions.
As I say, I recognise the need for busways. I just recognise that we need to be consulting everybody around route directions and everything, but that will be ultimately your final choice, and I will be beholden to those, but I do need to move on. An additional point around compassion and cooperation and community, the one thing I always have highlighted, that for me, delivering a healthy a population, improved public health outcomes and improved environment are an absolute priority. And however we achieve that, be it with improved public transport, affordable housing, or improving the life opportunities through skills in the combined authority, they remain my priorities and always will be as a doctor and as the Mayor.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Well, welcome, and we look forward to your contributions for as long as you can stay today and for future meetings. Okay.
Chair, excuse me for interrupting. Can I just ask members to speak directly into their microphones when they're talking? And we may have a few sound problems in the room. It's very echoey in here. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. I'd just now like to ask the Democratic Services to report any apologies for absence.
Thank you, Chair. No, there are no apologies for absence.
Okay. Are there any declarations of interest from the Executive Board members? No. Okay, I just remind all members that they can declare interests either at the start of the meeting or if they forget at the start of each relevant and again agenda item. I now move on to agenda item 5, which is the minutes of the previous meeting. I'd like to just take these as a block of minutes rather than going through them page by page. Does any of the Executive Board have any comments on the minutes, or are they able to confirm them as an accurate record?
I'll be happy to confirm them. There are even fewer typos than usual, so that's brilliant. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, well, in that case, I will take that as confirmation of their accuracy, and I'm happy to sign them as an agreed record. Okay, so the next item in the agenda is item number 6, which is the Executive Board membership. Papers are in your pack, and I'd just like to invite Rachel, the Chief Executive, to introduce the item.
Thank you, Chair. This report is referring to the standing orders of the GCP Executive Board, which sets out the provision for the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Business Board to nominate a representative to sit on your board as a non-voting member. At the Business Board meeting in May, they made a nomination for their chair, Austin Adams, to take up the seat on the GCP board, and they also agreed their substitute member to be Dr. Andy Williams. So you are being asked to confirm that those appointments today. In addition, they also asked if you would use the chair's discretion and support the chair in that endeavour to allow Andy Williams to attend and speak. And the rationale for that was just recognising the local knowledge that Andy Williams has in businesses in this geography to complement the role of the the role of the chair of the business board. The final recommendation in front of you is just to acknowledge that Claire Ruskin, who has been the business representative for a number of years now, having stepped into the breach when there was a gap when the LEP was terminated, she came up from the Assembly, and as Andy Williams has left a gap on the Assembly, the recommendation in front of you is to ask the Business Board to support Claire returning to the Assembly as one of the 3 business representatives there. So they are the recommendations in front of you, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Is there any comments from the Executive Board?
Well, just briefly, I think this is an opportunity to thank Claire Ruskin for all you've contributed on the board and to support the recommendation. But thank you, Claire.
Okay.
Please, can I just say, thank you very much. I've only been on here for, well, basically about a month, but, you know, my interactions with Claire have been fantastic. She's taught me so much already. So I would like to really, you know, thank her for helping me until now.
Very briefly, just to record, I like accuracy, as you know. I'm a bit of a pedant on that. Page 21 has 3 misstatements, which I have asked the Combined Authority to correct. It's from their record of their board, which is that I was a member of the LEP before, which I wasn't, that I had recently resigned as CEO of Cambridge Network, which I hadn't, and I was now stepping down from my role on the GCP Executive Board, which I wasn't. So just to correct those, it's been a delight and a pleasure. Nobody volunteers for these things, but somebody unfortunately has to do it, so I've been pleased to do that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Do we have any other comments? Okay, excellent. So what I would like to do now is just proceed to actually vote on the recommendations for the appointment of Austin Adams, Andy Williams as the substitute, and the discretion which we will extend to invite the both to attend the board and to consider the appointment of Chair Claire Ruskin to the Joint Assembly. So could I please ask for votes on that for approval? Okay, excellent. Okay, so that is passed. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to Claire for her contribution to the Executive Board. She's been a stalwart, and our loss on the Executive Board is the Joint Assembly's gain, and it's great that you'll be continued to be associated with the work of the Greater Cambridge Partnership. So thank you very much indeed for that. So I'd like to just conclude that item. Thank you to the officers for that item, and we will now move on to item number 7, which is questions from members of the public. I'd like to just announce that we've had 32 public questions submitted. I think that's not quite a record, but it is close. Of those questions, one relates to agenda item 10 on Eastern Access. There are 16 questions relating to Camborne to Cambridge independent audit, item number 12. 14 questions relating to item number 13 on the South East Transport Scheme. And we've also received one question relating to overall items number 10, 12 and 13. Details of these questions are published on the website and have been sent to all members of the Executive Board. Those submitted questions were offered the option of attending the meeting or having the question read out by the officer. The questions will be put at the start of each relevant agenda item, as is the normal practice. So we will deal with those questions as we reach them in the agenda. But I would like to take the one question from Edward Lee, which relates to a number of the agenda items at this point in the agenda. So I'd like to welcome Edward to our meeting. It's very nice to see you. And thank you for joining us. And I would ask you to answer your question. I would like to say that during the course of, given the number of questions, I would like to make sure that we get the right balance between the length of time we spent listening to the question and that answering the question. So I will ask each of the people asking the question to keep their comments as brief as possible. Edward, please go ahead.
Yep. Thank you very much, Chair. I come today to present a petition signed by 1,900 people as of this morning, calling on the Greater Cambridge Partnership to prioritise funding for walking, cycling, improved bus services and bus prioritisation on existing roads, to fund these projects by withdrawing funding from the current busway and car park schemes, to reappraise all projects against current government climate change targets, to follow the elected mayor and county council in putting people's health at the heart of all projects, to support the mayor to give everyone in Greater Cambridge access to convenient and affordable bus services, and to support the mayor to work with residents to develop a comprehensive, coherent and sustainable transport strategy. Now, you say we can't afford more delay. I agree. The busway projects are still at least 4 years off opening. In-highway priority measures could be delivering benefits within 2, with much lower risk of delay. Perhaps you think we need the busways and the other things we have proposed. So how will you fund the other things? The budget is already £120 million oversubscribed, and the busway schemes will absorb almost all of the GCP's human resources. Perhaps you think busways do enough to promote low-carbon transport. Well, GCP's own sustainable travel programme objectives and government decarbonisation targets both require a large absolute reduction in private vehicle mileage. That will eliminate congestion, rendering busways redundant. Your councils have declared climate emergencies. The city has endorsed donut economics. The county has adopted the Think Communities approach, emphasising community participation. The Labour Group's manifesto for the county council election stated, ensure genuine co-creation of initiatives. Yet the projects you are being asked to progress are at odds with all of that. Will you heed the petition and resolve today to direct the GCP to co-create a vision and a plan to deliver zero carbon emissions, zero air pollution, zero road deaths, and zero congestion? Thank you.
Thank you, Edward, for that question. I'd like to ask Peter Blake to respond, please.
Thank you, Chair. And many of the points in the the statement are for the board to consider during today's deliberations, but just one or two comments from me. The GCP would entirely support the decarbonisation of transport. We would entirely support promoting access to public transport, walking and cycling, reducing toxic air, reducing the number of casualties on our roads. And they are urgent priorities alongside the need to unlock housing and managed growth in this area. The fact remains that we are a hugely successful area, and that's created tremendous pressure on housing and transport. To respond to that challenge, we need a balanced package of new infrastructure, new services, and refocusing the city centre environment away from the private car. On your agenda today are the infrastructure elements of that package. What you will be discussing in September, and certainly what came up during the course of the Joint Assembly's deliberations, was very much linking to the city access and public transport provision agenda, which I say I'm sure will feed in today, but you will be considering that at your meeting in September. Thank you, Chair.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Blake, and thank you, Edward, for your question. And as Mr. Blake has said, we will be considering those points during the course of the agenda on the items, and I hope, Mr. Lee, you'll be able to stay with us and listen to those debates. I'd also like to add that in addition to the public question, board members have received a significant amount of additional correspondence on the matters on the agenda. Some of those have come directly, some have been circulated. They've all been read and taken account by the members and will be done so in terms of reaching their decision. So thank you very much indeed to all members of the public who have taken the time to write and express their views to the board. Okay, I'd like to now move on to item number 8, which is feedback from the Joint Assembly, and invite Councillor Tim Bick to give us an overview of the meeting which was held on the 10th of June.
Thank you, Chair. Just at this stage to report that the Joint Assembly met earlier this month on the 10th of June, replete with quite a number of new members following the recent elections. We received a petition, 23 public questions, and one from a member of a partner authority. And the points that arise from our meeting, I suggest are dealt with when you come to particular agenda items, because they are specific to those. But I would, at this stage, like to raise one quite major point that arose repeatedly through our discussions and relates to all of the 4 substantive transport projects that you've got on the agenda today, and that relates to the need to have in place, as rapidly as possible, a well-considered city access strategy. It was felt by members of the Assembly that it is at this stage a missing piece in the jigsaw that we're putting together for effective transport in the Greater Cambridge area, and that needed to be addressed as quite a priority in the sequence of discussions that we have inside the partnership. We felt that the contribution the city access strategy needs to make is going to be critical to the effectiveness of all 4 of the schemes that you've got on the agenda today. And in addition, the Milton Road and the Histon Road projects that we've already approved and are in the pipeline for delivery. So however effective those different schemes have the potential to be, it was our view that they weren't going to reach their full potential in effectiveness without an effective city access strategy which deals with congestion and car use inside the urban area of Cambridge. And that there is a an important relationship also with the effectiveness of public transport, which is the theme for all of the items today, an important relationship to the whole question of bus franchising, which the Mayor will be considering, and also a relationship to the discontinuation of the CAM project, which the Mayor, I understand, has already announced will discontinue. So all of these factors make it really important that we have an effective strategy in place to deal with congestion. It deals with the last mile or two of all of the projects that we're talking about. It deals with the crunch question of reducing the growth in car usage in the urban area, with all of its consequent benefits in terms of climate change and air pollution. And what I think members of the Assembly would be grateful of from the board is an indication that you too see this as a priority to put in place, without looking back on the history and asking why we've arrived in the need to make this a really high priority now. It does need to happen, and it would be very helpful if members of the board could indicate that they see this the same way, and that they will be doing all they can to arrive at an agreed strategy as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bick, for that. Do Executive Board members like to comment or ask any questions?
Well, just briefly, I'll save a response to Edward Lee's comments for the first item, but I endorse and have endorsed previously the principle that in addition to enabling buses to get through in and out of the city, which I'm not sure I've heard an answer from Mr. Lee on, there is this critical issue, and we can't get anywhere unless we triple the number of people who are able to come in on bus, but we also need to enable them to get through, and we haven't got that much road space. So at the moment it's completely clogged, including with buses stuck behind cars. So this is, if you like, the fifth route, which is the city centre, and we do need to give that considerable thought and commitment. And I do think it builds, Chair, on the decisions that we've got today, because I don't see that we are in a position to properly address it, albeit that both I and Councillor Bick think that we could have done this earlier. But we do need to address it. We are going to the Mayor's points earlier. It isn't just the city centre, but people living next to the radial roads suffer damaging air pollution, and the health is also a factor in this. But yes, we do need as a board, and I hope that we can be clear one way or another, Chair, with a recommendation today, that we recognise the need, even if we just tag it onto one of the items that we've got, for there to be a measure to cut car usage, not in a penal way, but by giving people who currently drive because it's the better option, a better than better option than they have now, which is reliable public transport that gets people to where they want to go, and they know when they're going to arrive. And that does require measures right through the city centre.
Thank you. Phil Elder.
Thank you. Well, just to respond to Tim's call and the Assembly's call on us putting forward an effective strategy. For whatever reason, we haven't been able to do that. I'm now very hopeful that we will be able to have an effective city access strategy for all the reasons that have been mentioned, all these public health and public realm improvements. But I do think it's worth noting again that the executive can only do so much, and unless and until the City Council start to think much more seriously about this, and in particular, multi-storey car parks in the city centre, which are encouraging people to drive into the city, then we will only have a half solution. So what I would also call for is greater cooperation and coordination between the board and those other authorities that have some of the levers that are going to be important in providing a solution to city centre access.
Okay, thank you. Claire, thank you.
So thanks, Tim. The Assembly was a very good meeting, as far as I could tell, and the Assembly does very good scrutiny. I think I absolutely endorse it is key to reduce car usage and pollution. We've got to multiply bus provision for those travelling more than maybe 3 or 4 miles. I mean, it's fine for lycra-clad people to be cycling 20 miles, but most of us don't want to do that. Lots of people ask about the impact of COVID and how we return after the pandemic. My view is currently people are returning to commuting, those who've had to work all the way through. It's a little bit of a middle-age, middle-class ability to work from home that many people multiply up to meaning that there will be a dramatic decrease in traffic. Travel to work for hospital, shop, restaurant, lab staff, education, etc. is still very much ongoing, and we're seeing in the centre of town traffic returning. Just on the city access point, I think it's really important, but on the other hand, Cambridgeshire has a necklace of very important employment sites, and if we could get those solved and people out of their cars be getting to the necklace of employment sites, we would be a big step forward as well. That's not to deny that city access needs sorting.
Thank you. Any further comments? Okay, excellent. Yes, please.
I'll just say something really quickly. I think it's not been said in so many words, but how crucial air quality is to all of this. Because one of the biggest problems that we have in the city centre is just how very quickly the air quality deteriorates as soon as you get an exponential pile-up of all these cars. And we have children whose health is being impaired by being in the fumes for the whole time they spend getting in and out of schools, or in, play areas and things like that. And we also, the city access will need to have a big air quality objective at the core of it, because that's how you measure, and that's how you really, really, really start improving the nation's health. Get people moving, but get them breathing better air when they do so. As I'm sure Dr. Nick will agree, just how important that is, and I hope that we will put it front and centre, because it's really important.
The Mayor.
Thank you, Lisa. I'll just reiterate that from the point of view of the Combined Authority, as I mentioned, we have to get putting together an improved transport strategy and recognising the challenge, particularly around the transporting of people across the city area, is an absolute priority. There will be difficult decisions, but I think together we can solve them.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I hear sort of overwhelming support, I think, Councillor Bick, for your request to address the issue. I think we'll come back to it on a couple of the items we're going to talk about on the agenda later. And I would just like to note that we have changed our forward plan as the Executive Board, and it is now on the programme for review in September, which will, of course, mean that your Assembly will also be looking at the same issues in your next meeting as well. So thank you for your comments, your initial comments, and we look forward to inviting you to make further comments as we reach the appropriate items. Okay, thank you. So I'd like to now move on to item 9, which is obviously a very substantive item with respect to the better transport scheme between Waterbeach and Cambridge. I propose to handle this item by first inviting Peter Blake to introduce the report, and then he will take questions. We'll also ask Councillor Bick to feedback from the Assembly, and then have a vote. So, Peter, would you like to introduce your report, please?
Thank you, Chair. So this focuses on the route from Waterbeach Newtown into Cambridge City. It flows from work that we've previously done with the combined authority on the entire A10 corridor, and one of the recommendations for that was to progress sustainable walking and cycling options. If I can just dwell for a moment on the figure 1 on page 31. Now, in a sense, this almost forms the context to all of your sort of reports today. But this is, in essence, the infrastructure elements of the programme that we're looking to bring forward. And obviously, Councillor Vick, Councillor Herbert and others have then emphasised the city access that you'll discuss at your next meeting. What we're looking to do with this corridor and the other main corridors is to try and ensure that we support the delivery of that sustainable economic growth, that we tackle the challenges of homes and transport in this area, and we deliver on the existing local plan. So, for example, in this corridor, we have up to 11,000 homes in Waterbeach that we need to cater for in a sustainable manner. And the same then applies on the other corridors, whether it's Bourne and West Cambourne or the biomedical campus. We need to do that in a manner that tackles congestion, that tackles air quality, and deals with the climate challenge that we've got. So this paper is the first step on the road of exploring a project and a corridor improvements in this area. This is the strategic case. It sought to establish whether a strategic case existed for intervention between the new town and Cambridge City. We undertook a consultation to that degree, which, whilst there was support for intervention, there was also concern around impacts on local impacts in Waterbeach, the existing Waterbeach village, and particularly the allotment sites. So we have reflected the proposals to take account of that, and we can assure residents that we will not be impacting on the local area as per the feedback that we've had. I suppose perhaps unsurprisingly, given the scale of development in Waterbeach, the strategic case for this route is made. And what we're saying is the strategic case is there. The consultation at the moment supports us moving to the next steps, where we will get far more into the details of route alignments and all the things that we would imagine that goes with that in terms of what environmental issues there are, what societal issues are, and then really allowing us to undertake detailed consultation, engagement with local communities to go through that in further detail. One slight addendum to this report, Chair, is also the inclusion of the relocation of the rail station at Waterbeach. And many board members will be aware that that is currently a planning requirement to deliver the first 4,600 houses or part on that site. At the moment, the viability of that site is such that the rail station cannot be relocated to accommodate that. And so one of the recommendations put before you today is that you allow officers to continue in negotiations with the developer to see if an agreement can be reached whereby there is GCP involvement in relocating the rail station to ensure that we release those 4,600 houses. Not proposing to say any more at this point, Chair, but clearly happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Black. Can I invite Councillor Bick to make his comments from the joint assembly at the first stage?
Chair, the Assembly was supportive of the basic case being made in this report. There were a number of other points that Assembly members were keen to have in front of you. The first of which is the consequence of the revision to the central route that is proposed to take forward as one of the two options for the alignment. There is a sense in which the revision to the central route is a decent response to the input to the consultation that we've just had, but it means that the revision itself, being different from what people were commenting on before, has not had the opportunity to gather public input in its own right, because it wasn't on the table. at that point. And so Assembly members were keen that the board satisfies itself that there is going to be an equivalent opportunity for residents to comment on that revision in the process as it goes forward. It wasn't clear to me from the Assembly discussion that we're advocating that we go into sort of a perpetual loop in relation to this, but that residents do need a meaningful opportunity to contribute to that revision in addition to the other things that would happen at the next stage we talk to them. And I think a response to that point would be very helpful in building confidence with the local community. On the point related to the rail station, we talked about that. There were some voices of caution in how we present ourselves in that negotiation. We should not be enabling developers to easily get off the hook from what ought to be their responsibilities to provide that type of funding, but we saw the point that it does also allow some influence on the part of the GCP and the collective body of local councils in that provision. But also, we need to be careful about the implications for other discussions in relation to rail stations, new and old, checking that we can afford what we start to do in relation to Waterbeach. And a third point, which I think, as a result of the process of public questions that we heard, that it would be helpful if we could be more explicit about the potential role of this public transport alignment, not only in joining up the dots on the alignment itself in those communities, but also as providing at various points in its course, picking up the increment of public transport journeys which may have started significantly away from the alignment itself, such as large-ish communities like Cottenham, which this project was not put in place specifically for, but obviously can add loading onto any infrastructure we're providing, and can provide a great extra facility in speeding up public transport journeys from them too. And I think that the process of public questioning highlighted the fact that we were actually underselling what the potential benefits of this project were by not highlighting that buses starting from Cottenham can actually benefit from at least part of this alignment.
Thank you, Councillor Bick. Can I just ask Peter Blake to respond to any of those points which were raised?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we've already been in contact with local representatives following the points that were raised at the Joint Assembly regarding the revised route. But as you say, I mean, the revisions come from the consultation, so we consult to listen, and then we change things. But we did recognise the point. We've already met them, and that engagement will now continue well in advance of any formal consultation that would take place down the line. And again, I think the wider impact is another point that is well made. We are looking to update and improve the existed guided busway. One of the areas we know it can be improved is around flexibility and making sure that it serves the maximum possible area. So it is not just services that use our new infrastructure in their entirety. It's services that can hop on and hop off to gain a real reliability and journey time advantage. And Cottenham was an example that was used in the Joint Assembly. I think it's a very good example that says, actually, we think bus services that we're working with the Combined Authority and the Mayor to improve them generally, they will be able to make access and use this facility in part and serve a much wider geography. I hope that's helpful, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I'd just now like to open the floor. Any comments, questions from the board. Phil, is that?
Thank you. It's more of a point followed by a question to Nick, so I'll give him a heads up on this one. So, I mean, I'm very supportive of what we're doing, particularly at the strategic level around Waterbeach. But on paragraph 4.7, which is on page 35, it rightly notes that what we are doing is in parallel with and taking account of proposals that the Combined Authority are looking at for upgrading the A10 between Ely and Cambridge. Now, it's always struck me as being strange, if not undermining of what we're trying to do as a board, to be improving public transport at the same time that the proposals are coming forward to make it easier to drive along the A10, particularly from Ely, which is one of the few areas that actually has a very good rail route into Cambridge. Now, I know this emerged under the previous mayor, but I suppose my question is this still part of the agenda of the Combined Authority, or has thinking now moved on?
It is still in the thinking of the Combined Authority and is part of the transport plan.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Claire, you like to?
I'll move to a slightly different point of the fact that we were all individually probably horrified by the idea of houses being knocked down for this route, and I think we were all grateful to the Cambridge Independent for bringing forward the concerns of residents, as they are rather good at doing. And I think it was explained to us individually that we needed to put all options on the table at any one point for any of the schemes that we're developing. So we do have house demolition and purchase of gardens and everything else as a very last resort, but it does have to be on the table with all the other options. So just a comment on that. I'm glad we've moved away from that option and glad it wasn't the last resort we needed.
Chair, if I may, I mean, that's a good example of consultation, why we consult. You know, these schemes take a number of years in development. We follow the process we're obliged to follow, and so the likelihood is before we get to the final stages we will have done 3 or 4 consultations. You're absolutely right, we have to examine all of the options, and all of the options need to be in our consideration because that's what Department for Transport tells us we've got to do. But consultation on this particular issue, we've listened very clearly to those local residents and we've refined those proposals in light of that consultation. I think as we've done on all of our major schemes, it's just an example of how the schemes move forward in a sort of a natural progression as we're required to do by government. Thank you.
Okay, Lewis.
I'd just like to ask Mr. Blake a couple of questions, and I would like Chair to say a few things later or after. So just looking at the two ends, and I do endorse and thank the Assembly for the range of points that they've made. In terms of the issue that they've raised of who pays for the relocated Waterbeach station, I'd just like a bit more clarity, Mr. Blake, because as I understand it, this was one of those make or break conditions in the planning application that the developers would actually pay for that and that nothing would fall on the GCP or other public bodies. And looking at the other end, given that we're still flexible about the middle bit, how will the route link up with the guided busway? Is it envisaged that it will actually join, subject to where that happens? And how will that affect the end capacity of the guided busway between that point and Cambridge North Station? So I'm thoroughly in favour of this, as I'll explain later, but I do want just a couple of answers and also a recognition that in addition to a lot of listening, as you mentioned, Mr. Blake, that the points that the Assembly have made will also be fully investigated. Thank you.
Mr. Blake?
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the second point first, yes, it will join the guided busway, exactly the same as Cambridge South East will join the guided busway off Francis Crick Avenue. So we're working to ensure that compatibility exists. In terms of busways themselves, one of the benefits when we've explored this previously with the combined authority was the scalability. So the existing busway has gone from a 10-minute to a 5-minute frequency in any case. The scalability exists to accommodate this. We may be looking at some enhanced signalling in that particular location, but that's well within the engineering constraints that we're able to manage. So we've got confidence about that, and it also then fully utilises existing infrastructure, so we're not having to build any more things than we necessarily need. But again, the caveat on that is, this is all subject to consultation and discussion with local communities as we go forward. In terms of the rail station, relocating the rail station was attached as a Grampian condition by the planning authority when planning consent was given to the developer for 4,600 homes. The viability of the site as assessed by the developer and the planning authority is that the money does not exist to relocate that rail station. So we ordinarily, the general GCP's position, we would not be negotiating with a developer. We take our lead from the local plan and the local planning authorities, as we should. So we are being told that there's a viability problem by the local planning authority, but we are sat here now all saying we need 4,600 homes delivered as soon as we can reasonably do it. So all this paper says is to allow an opportunity for us to have a conversation with the developer to see if we can bridge the financial gap of relocating that station, and that will then be brought back to the chair and vice chair for consideration. I hope that's helpful.
Having been involved in training planners yesterday about viability, I would certainly want to be assured that that is only public money if completely unavoidable.
We would entirely agree, which is why we are taking our lead from the local planning authority.
Excellent. Any other questions for Mr. Blake before I've got a couple? Lewis.
Well, if there isn't any other questions, I'd just like to make a few comments.
Please do.
So, I mean, this is an example of what we need to do, and it's an example of why the existing road network is completely incapable of allowing a public transport alternative. If you get on public transport north of Cambridge, you're wasting your time. Even if you transition into Milton Park and Ride, that's in a location which is somewhere you really don't want to go, in that you cannot simply get through the A10, A14 morass, which hasn't improved and hasn't been addressed because of the value engineering that was undertaken by the government in coming up with a cheap version of the A14. A very welcome investment in its way, but stellarly 3-lane for much of its time, unless it's subject to the dropping of passata by a lorry. But then it comes to this junction. And I mean, I'm happy to talk with Mr. Lee further on this point, but why is it that the previous mayor supported dualling a road, which we didn't really support, and I can't really see the need for, if we address public transport? But the number of vehicles that come down or up the A10 aren't to do with the city centre. A significant number of them are to do with hubs on the edge of Cambridge. A significant amount of the blockage is actually nothing to do with Cambridge. It's simply that that's the only road that comes down from the north, from the east of the county. So this is, to me, a perfect example why we should be supporting off-road busways. And whilst it's a short stretch, it will radically transform options, provided that we address the city centre and provided that we generate greater investment so that the bus services genuinely do go much further out. The previous mayor also opposed this scheme. I never could understand any logic in that, because ultimately we will have Waterbeach. We've got a huge amount of employment at the Science Park, which is largely currently car-fed, And we need this scheme. I could wax lyrical and make some other points, but I do totally support this as an example of the fact that we literally cannot get people in and out of Cambridge currently reliably on public transport. And people who might get on public transport don't necessarily get helped fully by train from Ely because their destinations are not near a station. And therefore, and that's why I really welcome the new Mayor's focus on bus services for the next 10 years and way beyond that, because people have been talking about buses being out of date, in my understanding, for the last 3 decades, and they're still not. We need routes like this, and we need that, along with the wider points that Councillor Bick made, we need a combined solution of which this route is an essential component. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Claire, later.
Just say I fully support this. We've got to try and reduce car use as more people move into Waterbeach and the surrounding areas. So fully supportive of the scheme. The recommendations that we've got, there are a couple that are missing, I think. One is that we work with CPCA in discussion of parallel plans to dual the A10, because I think we are collaborating, but let's just make that explicit because I think it is very relevant to this. And 2, that we perhaps agree that plans to try to add benefit for other local centres like Cottenham. It's very important that we do funnel in as many people as possible to these new routes.
So I'll take that as a sort of recommended to add to the recommendations. Would any other board member support Claire in that? Excellent. Okay, so Lewis, can we just take a quick vote as to whether we would add that to the recommendation? Yep. Okay. So if we could add 2 points to the recommendations around the treatment of the integration with A10. I think this feeds very nicely into the Mayor's comments about the fact that while we, through the process, have to progress these items individually, these schemes, as Mr. Blake explained in Figure 1, and as the Mayor quite rightly talked about, is we are trying to actually build a network here with linkages, and that obviously raises the issue of the city access too as well. So I sort of welcome the addition to recognise the integration with the other work of the CPCA, and likewise as well this point which I think is really important about the connectivity beyond the immediate corridor. I think it's really would be advantageous for us to sort of look at that optionality and deliberately try to plan it in, rather than it become a sort of accidental consequence of the scheme, so that when we are looking at options, we in alternative routes, we have a mind to those routes which create maximum optionality for linkage to other location sites. I'd also just like to, while I'm speaking, just point out one thing about this area, which I know reasonably well, is of course that it is not simply just connecting homes to jobs. At both ends of this route, one has fairly significant employment centres as well. The Cambridge Research Park, which is in Figure 3, but there are also fairly other significant employment centres in Waterbeach. So this is all about actually creating a corridor where people can move freely up and down it, and not unidirectional from the new town into the city. Excellent. So with those modifications, is there any further comments? Okay. So in summing up, what I'm basically hearing is support for the recommendations. I'm also hearing welcoming the refinement of the route options, subject to the consultation, which is in the recommendations. I also hear a sort of from the Assembly and from certain comments which are made, and I share these as well, the need to proceed with extreme care and caution on the commercial negotiations with the developers on the relocation of Waterbeach Rail Station. And I very much appreciate, Mr. Blake, your confirmation that you share that care with which those discussions will be entered into. So with that and the addition of the two recommendations with respect to the A10 integration, working with the combined authority, and the consideration of the broader relationships to communities outside of the immediate corridor, I'd just like to now ask the Executive Board to vote on the recommendation. So those in favour? Excellent. Mayor, sorry, it's normal practice to invite all non-voting members to express a view on this recommendation if you would care to do so, but your option. Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to watch for the moment.
Great. Okay. In that case, that is carried. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. Let us now, before I move on, just thank you to the officers as well for all the hard work and on the consultation which has been undertaken on this corridor. So thank you very much indeed. Okay, I'd now like to move on to agenda item number 10, which is the Cambridge Eastern project. We have a public question on this, so I'm going to start by inviting Tanya Verdonk on behalf of the A to B 1102 Transport Group to pose her question. I'll then invite Peter Blake to respond to that question and then make a presentation, and then we will have the opportunity as a board to ask questions of clarification and then have the debate.
Chair, just to confirm, I'm going to be reading the question out on behalf of the group.
Thank you very much. Okay, if you'd like to go ahead,
Thank you. The question reads as follows. If the Eastern Access project is to meet the needs of all those who travel within Greater Cambridge, what does the project do to meet the needs of those communities to the north and east of Cambridge who work, learn, shop and use the services of the city? We have many issues, including those listed below, which need addressing if the proposed changes take place in Cambridge. The two planned greenways to the east do not connect. How will this be rectified? Will the new park and ride site be delivered before private car access into Cambridge is restricted? How will the extra traffic at Quay be monitored and reduced? How will GCP work with all relevant stakeholders to improve public transport to encourage people out of their cars? It is currently inadequate with no buses in the evening or on Sundays. To say it is outside our remit is simply not acceptable. What will incentivise the modal shift required to make the proposed changes anything other than a disaster for the communities who live around, work and travel in and around Cambridge? Thank you.
Mr. Blake.
Thank you, Chair. Without action, transport congestion and air quality in this corridor is going to get worse. That's what the evidence is telling us. This scheme is designed to promote walking, cycling and the use of public transport. It will build upon the 5 greenways to the east, which will all be connected to the wider walking and cycling network to ensure that it maximises the opportunity for local people in the area. Certainly, as part of the joint assembly conversation, the link with city access came up, and I think in response to the questioner, a lot of these issues will not just be dealt with by this particular infrastructure project, but as part of that wider conversation around city access, working with the Mayor, the Combined Authority and others to ensure a general improvement of public transport services across the wider Greater Cambridge area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Blake, would you now like to present your report on this scheme?
Thank you, Chair. Just a few comments, and I'm presuming that city access will be picked up in the joint assembly feedback, because certainly that was a theme that came through loud and clear. This project is at the same stage as the Waterbeach project, so we're examining the strategic case and undertaken initial public consultation to gauge local views as to what proposals might be beneficial in terms of coming forward. The difference from Waterbeach is that the strategic case, in accordance with the department criteria that we're obliged to meet on this corridor, is not made. And it's not made because there is not a significant growth node identified along this corridor at the moment. What I've said previously is we clearly follow the local plan. Whilst we recognise there are discussions as part of the emerging local plan around the growth node on this area, we should follow the emerging local plan, and thus far the strategic case is not made. But there clearly is a requirement to do something in the shorter term, so the recommendations that are outlined on page 268 are proposing to undertake improvements around Newmarket Road, exploring relocating the park and ride site further out, so to capture traffic before it comes further into the city centre. And then following the emerging local plan, if there is indeed a further development along this corridor, then to review the strategic case again and bring forward wider scheme proposals. Finally, from me, Chair, following the joint assembly conversation, we added in a recommendation E, which just relates to the close alignment, particularly between this scheme and the city access discussions that we'll be having in the autumn. I'll leave it there, Chair, and happily take any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blake. First of all, I'd like to just invite Councillor Bick to report. I know it was a very lively discussion at the Joint Assembly. I listened to it, so I look forward to you trying to summarise the discussion which was had.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to highlight a couple of the points because you've got the others in writing in front of you. But I think the theme of the contributions at the Assembly were a certain impatience to get to the larger measures that this corridor seems to require, and a desire to remind the board of that injunction from the Citizens' Assembly about being bold. I think that we nevertheless understand the constraints that exist in relation to the Marshall's potential development, which we don't know about yet because it has no status in local planning terms. But I just feel that the Assembly would want me to convey to you the impatience to get on with this as soon as it is clear whether the Marshall's airfield is going to be part of the development plan for the future. I think this, of the four projects that you're talking about today, has a slight difference from the other three in the sense that it is almost wholly within the urban area, whereas the others are mainly outside the urban area and connect to it near the edge of it. And so the point that I made earlier about city access is not just a point about what happens at the end of the alignment we're trying to create. It's a complete overlay. City access, in a sense, is part of the same approach that we need in this area. And so I think having made that point through the Assembly discussion, we would be pleased to see the addition of the recommendation E that you've got now there. I think that's appropriate. One of the examples that was repeatedly mentioned in our discussion of the need for city access to come along with this corridor is the example of Coldham's Lane. And I think it is an example. I think it's a very important example. It's a very sensitive route at the moment, so far as residents, those living around it and those who use it for transport are concerned at the moment. There is a feeling that without an effective strategy for Eastern Access, there is the potential for Coldham's Lane to be, in a way, worse treated than it feels now by virtue of displacement from other routes. So there is an ongoing discussion about the impact of the closure of Mill Road at the bridge and the displacement effect that may have on Coldham's Lane. But there is also, in this report, the seeds of a further concern about what happens on Newmarket Road, maybe further adding to what happens on Coldham's Lane. And so it underlines the need for a broader umbrella of policy which constrains car journeys in a way which avoids particular streets taking the hit for other routes being improved. And so we would want you to take on board the sensitivity of Coldham's Lane, but I think it's a sort of an example of the need, perhaps across the urban area, to have a regime which avoids actions taken beneficial in a few places from just displacing the problem elsewhere. Another point that I think members would want me to highlight is the significance of the retail parks in this geography, the Beehive and along Newmarket Road, which, as they're currently configured, are car attractors in quite a major way and generate many car journeys, and demonstrated by their large car parks. And that any plan that we put together needs to address them as well as journeys to places of employment and where people live. And so we wanted to kind of wave that flag that as we move from here, those retail destinations need to have some role, because if we are trying to deter car journeys, then we do need to make sure that those retail locations are connected up by really good public transport. I think the other points that we raised are covered in what's in front of you on paper, but would be grateful for your comments on those, please.
Thank you, Councillor Beck. I know Mr. Blake, we've incorporated some of the feedback from the Assembly in terms of recommendation needs, but is there any other comments you'd like to make with respect to?
I don't think there's anything to add. I think the complexity of this route and interrelationship with the city access agenda, I think has been outlined.
Yeah, I very much thank the Assembly for making those points. As I said, I listened to the debate, and the complexity and the extreme pressures in this part of the city came across loud and clear, and the need to address it in a sort of integrated way. I've got one question for Mr. Blake before I open up to any other questions, which is that on recommendation C, Mr. Blake, where we talk about option 1B1, which is, I guess, the second stage of this with Marshall's site. Given the comment from the Assembly about the sort of general impatience in this, what timing of the work associated with that recommendation be?
So firstly, I understand the frustration, but we will absolutely maintain a position of following the local plan. So we are ready to go when the local plan is in a position to move forward in terms of any acknowledgement of development in that area. Okay, we're simply ready to do that, but we will follow the local planning authorities. We will not go it alone on this.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. I'd just like to open up now to any other questions or comments from the board members. Lewis.
Thanks, Chair. In terms of questions, so it may not be that you can add a lot, Mr. Blake, but the history of Newmarket Road is a pretty sad one, particularly for the people who live next to it. And the last effort by the County Council, and I must be about 15 years ago, that's only a rough estimate, but I can remember a long period when it was different. Roughly what sort of timescale is the GCP envisaging in terms of reviewing the package of measures, which are very helpfully summarised in the map on page 270, which would constitute a significant improvement for cycle users who are at severe risk at several places on this route, as well as others who just simply want to cross the road or use a bus. Just roughly what sort of timescale is envisaged, and at what point will we get a price tariff on the package that is needed? That will make a difference. So I do support the measures that are listed there, but people who live in that area have suffered a lot. And I would like to ensure that Coldham's Lane is included as part of our project going forward. So I'd just like assurances that it will be specifically included, because in addition, and I don't think it's specifically to do with Mill Road Bridge and the decision that's still to be made by the County Council Transport Committee, but it has suffered before then, and it is definitely part of the need for a solution. So really just to get Mr. Blake a bit more flavour and detail, and then we can get an idea of when the Assembly and the Board are likely to see some of the granular aspect of the different proposals, because really the last set of changes were really a stalemate rather than an improvement.
So in terms of headline timescales at the moment, the next 12 months we will be having a consultation engagement around the detailed design options, and we'll be pulling together the business case which would include the cost. So in 12 months' time we would expect to be back in front of you talking through the details of this. In theory, 12 months after that we could be on site. But I say this with this depends on the consultation and the feedback we received. I mean, Councillor Herbert, you referred to sort of the difficulties in terms of previous deliveries of schemes along this road. So we should be under no illusions that everybody is going to agree with every aspect of this. Certainly if we're looking for impactful change for walking, cycling and public transport along that route. The consultation and the engagement will drive this, but the timescales of 12 months and 12 months are what we're currently working to. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you.
Claire.
This is an area I'm very familiar with. I was brought up at the far end of Newmarket Road and used to skip to school along Newmarket Road. And then I think when my parents had a car, we used to stop outside the grocers. That is now impossible to do. So one fairly strategic thing, there is the logistics hub being talked of coming to Coldham's Lane, the Cherry Hinton Road end. This could be an absolute disaster for Coldham's Lane if it's handled badly. So I just hope that we're taking account of that and the last mile. I know we're trying to reduce the, I think it was about 18% of our vehicles in town are commercial vans, and we maybe just need to persuade people to change their behaviour a little bit and not expect instant delivery of parcels, but the logistics hub is a real worry. There are 5 bridges over the railway which we're constrained to if you are travelling by commercial vehicles. The Leper Chapel, I think it goes A14, Leper Chapel, Coldham's Lane, Mill Road, Hills Road. So we've got one of those shut and the others completely congested. During the pandemic, Coldham's Lane has been completely log-jammed, so it hasn't slowed anything down. The retail parks are a big part of that. Cambridge United playing causes mayhem, let alone Passata and Olive Oil. I mean, it just is a very congested area. So the logistics hub, I plea that we actually look at that really carefully. We may have to distribute that rather differently than just putting it at the end of Coldham's Lane. And there are a few other little tactical things. So there's a furniture shop that has been sold to become another stag night hotel right on the corner of Newmarket Road and Coldham's Lane. It is an opportunity to maybe make a little bit wider space there rather than putting up another hotel in that region. The other opportunities there have been left because of commercial reasons, I'm sure. And then just a personal support for the subway. Newmarket Road and East Road, it's a delightful space to be in. So I know we're trying to reduce it for traffic reasons, but actually it's great for walking and cycling through there. So that's a tactical thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, when we compare this to the scheme that we just looked at, the GCP, I think rightly, has gone for a modest, what could be called a modest improvement to Milton Road, but we will need at least that and a bit more, because this is arguably, in quite stiff competition, the most unpleasant road coming into Cambridge. And the measures such as the Chisholm Trail and the value of looking hard at it is all severely constrained. But I do think that along with city access, which Councillor Bick was quite right to link very strongly into the solution to these problems, that we do need to make an improvement, and then subject to planning decisions. If there is an opportunity for off-road, it only really works, Chair, half of the way, because this area is so dense in terms of properties and activity that there is no value in thinking about off-road into the city. It just isn't going to be practical. So I do fully support this, and I think that the residents in that area, as well as cyclists, walkers, and also bus users, deserve an improvement, but unfortunately without reducing the overall number of cars, life on Newmarket Road and on Coldham's Lane won't be perfect. But I think it really is important that we're moving ahead with this package, because irrespective of a bigger need in the future, we do need to tackle this. My last point, Chair, is we haven't mentioned rail, and I'm glad that it still figures, and I will, along with my support for whoever's representing the city on the GCP board, and that is my colleague Dave Bajan after this meeting, I really do think that this is an unused resource, and we should be looking at the access, whether in Cherry Hinton or in Fulbourn, for a potential station. And it's a little bit like the Titchfield Thunderbolt line, where you're actually hitting the brambles when you go out towards Bury St Edmunds currently. And I do think that it's a little odd that on one side of Cambridge, East West Rail is looking at the most magnificent railway, and yet we aren't at this stage able to do anything on this. And I believe that if we could persuade an earlier government intervention and get the support of the Mayor for the route to Newmarket, including the wonderful Soham station, which was so close to the heart of the previous Mayor, but particularly the amount of traffic that comes in through the A14 off the Quai Junction, I do believe rail has a major part to play in the east of the city. So I'm grateful that it's still there, and I will not relent from being involved in trying to improve the rail line east of Cambridge.
Thank you. Comments very well made. Mayor, would you like to?
Just to acknowledge, I heard that from Councillor Herbert. I'll draw that to attention as part of the transport plan that we are putting together. I'm a supporter of all forms of transport in this case, and I acknowledge the idea.
Excellent, thank you. And you will note in the recommendations item number D, which explicitly talks about the engagement with respect to potential improvements on the rail. So I think that is well captured in that. And again, I think it just goes to reflect a theme which is coming up in a lot of the discussion today about sort of integration and thinking that while we're pursuing these schemes individually, which is the process, we need to think about the sort of wider context as well. And in that vein, I'd also like to just pick up on the public question which was asked as well about sort of making sure that when we think about the scheme further on in context of recommendation C, we also maintain that same approach to thinking about sort of optionality and connection to other neighbouring communities and making sure that the linkage to the greenways and other forms of active travel are not just happening by accident but are actually planned in. Okay, any other comments? I'm hearing a general support for this, in particular welcome for the addition of recommendation E following the feedback from the Assembly, which is most welcome. So thank you for Councillor Bick for the contribution there. Excellent. So can we now proceed to vote on those recommendations which are on page 268 of your agenda? Can I take those in favour? Okay, I think that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much indeed. Excellent. Okay, so that concludes item number 10. Again, I'd like to thank the officers involved for their hard work on that scheme. It's clearly something which the Assembly and the Board thoroughly support, and the imperative to address what Councillor Lewis said is probably the most congested and most unpleasant, I think he said, access into Cambridge is really important. Okay, so we'll now move on to item number 11 on the agenda, which is on page 323. Yeah.
Small logistics question. There's an immense cold draft has just suddenly started. Is everyone else feeling it? I know Phil and I are feeling quite chilled over here.
Okay. Is there anything we can try and do about that? Can I just check? Is everyone from the board? You know, we could conceivably take a 10-minute break here if that would be helpful. Are you happy to carry on? This is the last item we're going to take before we take a full break.
Happy to carry on, Chair.
Okay. Is that
as long as the defrosting can be arranged.
okay? Phil, are you okay to carry on? Okay. But
If people want to sit over this way, they can, and I'll sit in the cold.
so? Yeah. We'll just pause for 2 minutes to allow you to take a cup of coffee and warm up.
So sorry, my apologies.
Okay. Great. Excellent. Thank you. So we'll move on to now agenda item number 11, which is the quarterly progress report. I'd like to handle this item as we've done before by breaking up the discussion into the various work streams, given that they're so various. So we will deal with transport, skills, smart work stream, housing, economy and environment separately. And I would therefore like to start by inviting Niamh Matthews, who's the Assistant Director of Strategy and Programme, to introduce this report, starting, if you would, with the transport works stream. There are various recommendations which are associated with this item, which are on page 323 of your agenda. So Niamh, as you go to the relevant item, if you could make sure that we are aware of the associated recommendation, that would be very helpful. So, okay, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I normally kind of run through the recommendations and then pick up any questions at the end, if that's okay with you. So just to do that, item A, as you'll see, starting on page 323 of your pack, asks the board to note that the GCP's assurance framework has recently been updated jointly by officers and officials at MHCLG. Really, this is a procedural point, as the assurance framework is kind of a live document. It contains the details and information around the expectations of government in terms of national guidance that public bodies such as ours need to follow. So really for the board to note that it's been updated to ensure it reflects up-to-date governance arrangements and recently changed national guidance that comes from government around project assessment. So as it says in the framework, it will continue to be reviewed on an annual basis to ensure it continues to reflect those kind of updates and local decision-making arrangements in line with national guidance. Item B, where officers are asking the board to agree the request to extend the Centre for Business Research work until November 2022 at a cost of 60k. Members will see from sections 8.2 and 8.5 of the report that there's an overview there and a kind of summary of the key findings. Just to kind of touch on some of those, the work kind of seeks to analyse the growth of employment in different sectors across Cambridge. Really, the idea is that the work will enable local partners to have this kind of robust, timely data on local sectors and businesses. It's entirely unique and not available anywhere else, which I know that members have really liked the sound of from previous work on this. It takes the form of a kind of series of updates analysing data drawn from company accounts over time. So it really specifically focuses in on those local sectors, particularly in the light of what COVID-19 may or may not do to our economy. So yeah, as I said, given how unique and kind of useful this is, we're asking the board to extend it for another 4 data draws. And the final recommendation in front of you, item C, asks the board to approve the proposed allocation of 150k from the City Access budget for a secure cycle parking match funding pilot. So members will see from section 8.6 the detail of this work, but just as a quick overview and to remind the board, last year the Executive Board agreed that the City Access project should support the creation of additional secure cycle parking. Proposals have been developed for publicly accessible facilities in the city centre. Alongside this work, it's proposed that the GCP runs a match funding pilot to support workplaces to install secure cycle parking facilities. I think people know a lack of secure cycle parking is a real barrier to people cycling, in particular to the uptake of e-bikes. And you know, the evidence is saying that new secure cycle facilities will encourage employees to cycle instead of driving their cars. The proposed match funding pilot would offer grants to workplaces of kind of 25 to 50% of the cost of secure cycling facilities, with a cap of around 10k per scheme. In exceptional financial circumstances, an award of up to 75% could be made. The type of facilities that could be installed could include kind of bike lockers, bike hangers, lockable bike stores, cycle cages and hubs with swipe card entries, secure gate and fencing, as well as kind of lighting and CCTV. So for the proposed pilot, the GCP would run at least one funding round where workplaces would be invited to submit applications for grants. There'd be a scoring process, and following that, officers would work with shortlisted workplaces to work through the kind of design to refine proposals before a final application would be made. The proposed budget, as I said, is 150k, which should work to support a kind of range of businesses to install these facilities and actually test appetite for a wider potential scheme. So subject to Executive Board approval, officers would aim to invite bids for match funding over the summer with successful applicants installing facilities from kind of autumn time. Chair, that was a summary of specific items, so very happy to take questions on those or leave you to run through the sections as you suggested.
Yep, no, well, let's pause there. Thank you very much, Neve. And if I could just now ask Councillor Bick to sort of maybe give us the Joint Assembly's overall reaction to those recommendations, and then we will go through sort of section by section.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll just make one contribution because you don't want to bring me in and out more than necessary. But we did support the two specific recommendations in relation, one in relation to the Centre for Business Research and the other in relation to the allocation for the pilot project on secure cycle parking. There was a question that I will convey to you about could charities and community groups be eligible to participate in the secure cycle parking match funding project, which I'd like to put on the table for you. And just to avoid me coming back during the later discussion, we did want to record our congratulations to the work on skills, the Form the Future contract, which seems to have delivered a performance which exceeds the KPIs that they had, which in a very difficult employment environment right now seems to be an important thing to note and encourage. And then finally, we wanted to welcome the fact that the forward plan at the back of this report has been adjusted to reflect agreement that we want to bring forward the city access strategy discussion for focused attention in September. So those were our comments. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Before we proceed, Neve, would you like to just answer that question about the sort of extension of the scheme to charities and community groups?
Yep, thank you, Chair. Absolutely possible, yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. So, as I said, what I'd just like to do is sort of go through systematically so we sort of don't jump all over the place in terms of the items. So if we could just start with the transport work stream and any comments on the secure cycle parking proposal. Claire.
Just to say that cycle parking is essential if people are to move, particularly to very expensive electric bikes. They're not going to leave their batteries lying around, and they are very heavy to carry. The station cycle parking last night was alarmingly empty, from which I concluded either everybody's got in their cars instead of parking their bikes at the station, or they're taking their bikes on trains, which isn't very desirable either, or all the bikes were stolen yesterday. One of those, but anything we can do to help security of cycle parking is a very good thing, and I support it.
Thank you. Lisa.
Can I ask a question? It might be a sort of newbie question, so I apologize in advance for that. But as part of the pilot, is there going to be any conversation with the businesses / community groups that take part? And it seems, it's quite a lot of money that we're giving them, and it sounds like it could have quite a lot of really good effects. Of what kind of other facilities they might like to include other than, because I suppose some of it they will have to fund themselves. If there's any sort of pattern emerging about other facilities other than cycle parking that are needed by businesses to encourage their employees to cycle in. I am thinking, something my own workplace has done in terms of providing changing rooms and showers and things. Because for anybody cycling more than a couple of miles, you start having those problems if you're then expected to look pristine and in a suit very quickly after you've got off your bike. And also, things like accessories that you might need, for example, if you want to have things that you need to use to repair your bike or add, or sort of pump your wheels, those kinds of things, because those are all things that came up in my own personal experience, and I was wondering whether there might be information to be gleaned from what businesses tell you about that.
Yes, I believe that the scope of this is quite wide, but Neve, do you want to just answer that question?
Yeah, I think we'd absolutely take it as an opportunity to have that engagement with businesses to understand those sorts of issues. Absolutely right.
Yep, very good. Okay, so any other, Lewis, sorry.
I hope I'm within the way you're structuring it. Chisholm Trail, I just want assurance that in the better management that we now have, that we're working to a budget. And whilst I'm speaking, Chair, the other red rag, or rag to a bull, was the blocking of the work that was underway on residence parking. So I just hope that there's a dialogue with, including the chair of the Highways and Transport Committee, with the hope that we could restart work on a range of small but very valuable contributors to a successful city centre and wider access project. And I think quite a lot of residents in Cambridge are waiting for the block to be unblocked on that.
So first of all, you're absolutely spot on in terms of the structure of the debate. Thank you very much. I realise that I probably overly complicated the situation. So Mr. Blake, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we're working closely with county colleagues on both of those issues. So Chisholm Trail, in accordance with the decision that this board took in December, and in terms of the integrated parking strategy that we've agreed with the county council, and exploring residence parking as part of that.
And can you commit to working within the budget that we've now got for the Chisholm Trail to complete it?
We are working closely with county colleagues to ensure that happens.
You should be a politician, Mr. Blake.
Excellent. All right, thank you. I just before we move on to skills, I'd just like to also sort of add my support for the extension of the proposal on secure cycle parking to charities and community groups. I think that's most welcome. So, moving on to skills, which interesting. I'll just sort of note, Mayor, that this is another area which is going to be very closely associated with the work of the combined authority, and I know our officers have worked very, very well with the combined authority, and it's obviously a huge area of focus for us, and we've significantly increased the amount of resources in this coming cycle of the contract with Form the Future on apprenticeships and so forth, which is most welcome, and they are as the Assembly pointed out, delivering really well on this most important agenda. Is there any other comments from the board members on this, Lewis?
Well, just to welcome that, and I think also it's not been GCP that's been targeted, but there's been some really unpleasant and totally unjustified attacks in social media about staff, for instance, in our planning service, from people who believe that they can just use social media to attack. And I just think that the skills agenda is an indication of just the range of work that's done, and also, as you've said, the importance of the partnership. So I pay tribute to the work, and it's one of the areas I supported the previous mayor on, was the work on the skills and business development agenda, and it really is important post-COVID. Some of my fears about the Cambridge economy have been allayed, but there are hundreds of people who don't have jobs that did have jobs in retail and other sectors, and the hospitality sector will recover, but it's struggling, and quite a lot of businesses are also completely dislocated in different ways. So I do think that the work by Form the Future, but also this wider support for business research is vital, because we are not just high tech in this city, and we have to make sure that the skills and the business research assist the sectors that have been struggling, including quite a large number of small businesses who've just about kept themselves afloat. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor.
Yeah, just to sort of follow on from the comments there from Councillor Herbert, I realise as a mayor I've only been in post for 2 months, and a lot has been made about decisions around affordable housing and developments, and indeed transport plans. But it would be wrong of me to not acknowledge the success of the Combined Authority in terms of the skills agenda, and particularly the team who, although it's not particularly relevant to this group in terms of the Greater Cambridge area, we now have a new university in conjunction with Anglia Ruskin University, and I think that demonstrates that there is a real push within the Combined Authority to work with all agencies, including yourselves, to deliver improved opportunities in terms of skills and education, in terms of the adult education budget. And I would just draw attention to the work of Marmot in terms of looking at opportunities when people have had over the course of the last year and a half in terms of the COVID pandemic. We can do all we can to improve the health outcomes for people, but it's the people who are the most vulnerable, the most coming from the most deprived communities, and it's not a case of that just fixing health in terms of improved diabetes control, improved respiratory management of those issues. It actually comes down to improved opportunities for those people who have access to employment, who have opportunities to live in improved housing. That's where you see the real public health outcomes. So absolutely, although I'm absolutely focused on improvement in public health outcomes, it comes by recognising that many factors affect your health, and one of those is skills. And that is an absolute focus of the Combined Authority working with you going forward.
Thank you very much. Phil.
Sorry, Chair, just a quick, I should have declared an interest as the Centre for Business Research as part of the University of Cambridge, even though I have no connection with them.
Okay, thank you. Noted. Okay, excellent. That's a very, very important area, and it's gratifying and to see such progress on that. If we could just go on now to any comments or questions relating to the smart Workstream.
Just say we've had a lot of fun driving around in the shuttles,
yeah.
So you might see them going past. And one important comment, I've had quite a few questions about how accessible they are to wheelchair users, for example. and the third shuttle is accessible. It was a question of the motor from Italy not coming through the post-Brexit horror or something, the reason the previous ones weren't.
Great, thank you. And well done for the launch event, Claire, on the autonomous vehicles as well. Any comments or questions on housing? Okay, so let's turn to the economy and environment workstream, which also includes that recommendation on the extension of the work for the Centre for Business Research. Any comments or questions relating to that? It's just to remind you, it's an additional £60,000, which is our contribution, which will extend the work until November 2022. Claire.
Just say I fully support that. It's useful work, and if we're aiming mostly at job increase and opportunity increase, then it's really important to be able to measure that. So I support that. The other very important part of this report is the energy grid project, and I know it's not a topic on the agenda today, but just to hope that that is still going smoothly and we're making progress with UKPN.
Any officer like to update us on that?
I'm happy to come in on that one because I chair the project board and can reassure members that it is progressing well, and we have submitted our application to UKPN.
Excellent. Any other comments? I'd just like to add my support to the Centre for Business Research. It is a really useful report to see such granularity about what is actually happening in our local economy. And as Councillor Herbert, it does feed into some of the decisions around skills and sort of emphasise the nature of the challenge which we're facing as a local economy. So I welcome that too as well. Good. Any other comments before we move on to the actual recommendations? Okay. Excellent. So the recommendations you have in front of you are on page, let's get this right. Yeah.
Sorry, Appendix 1 is shining in my eyes here, and we have a couple of red aspects there. So Cambourne to Cambridge has been paused, we know, for quite a long time. The next stage is more consultation as ever, but it would be great to hear from the Mayor, I'm sorry to ask you again directly, whether pausing or carrying on to the next stage, because we've got C2C and we've got CSET both likely to go red if we're not careful. Do we have agreement that we're trying to progress these onto amber and then green?
As I said before, I am supportive of the idea of busways. I appreciate the final decision sits with the GCP about routing and everything, but with a focus on a franchising bus service and making sure that we transport people not just around Cambridge City, but from populations on the outer ring road of the Cambridge City. I recognise that busways may well be an option in this area, but I would obviously recognise that final routes need to be decided carefully in consultation with the communities. I think that's probably all I have to say to that on the matter.
And just on the residential parking, I think we understand that that has been delayed whilst the pandemic happened and everything else, but again, are we likely to see progress on that?
Okay.
I think that was similar to the point Councillor Herbert made earlier on, so we're in positive discussions with county colleagues about progressing that.
Okay. Excellent. Okay, so if we can move to the recommendations, which are essentially 3, to note the revised assurance framework, to the extension for the Centre for the Business Research work at the cost of 60,000, and the approve the allocation of 150,000 for the secure parking, cycle parking match funding pilot. Can we just, all those in favour of that? Okay. Phil, are you?
I am, but I didn't want to vote on the...
So you will abstain? Yeah. So that's, the voting members are all unanimous there. So, thank you very much indeed. So that is carried. We're at 5 to 12. We've reached the end of the first part of the agenda. So I think we will stop here and we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much indeed. And I know the Mayor will probably have to leave us now. I thank you very, very much indeed for making the time out of your schedule to join us. Much appreciated. And we look forward to seeing you at the next meeting. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start the afternoon session, this Executive Board of the Greater Cambridge Partnership. I'd particularly like to welcome members of the public to our meeting, and those in person, and also those who are listening to the live stream. I've been made aware that there are periodic interruptions to the live stream, which we apologise for. I'm afraid that's a function of the setup of the Wi-Fi in the building. It will reconnect, but if there is any loss, you can be assured that the recording of the full proceedings will be made available to you. I just wanted to also, for those who weren't present this morning, just to acknowledge that we had the presence of Dr. Nick Johnson this morning at the Executive Board. He rearranged his timetable and his agenda to be here this morning. Unfortunately, he couldn't extend that to this afternoon, for which he sends his apologies. But he made some general remarks to the Executive Board, and I think most importantly, he expressed his desire to sort of work with the Executive Board, GCP, and express support for our wider programme, including busways, and looking forward to working with us on progressing them. So his presence was very welcome this morning, and we look forward to his continued presence at subsequent meetings. So, with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 12, which is on page 357 of the agenda. This is an item relating to the independent audit. And first of all, I would like to invite Phil Swan, Phil Swan and John Sutton, who carried out the independent audit. They are sitting here with us. And the way I propose to take this item is to essentially ask there's a few questions which we've had pertaining to the independent audit from the public. I would like to sort of deal with those first and get those addressed by Mr. Swan and Mr. Sutton before we move on to the public questions which relate to the broader recommendations. We have a lot of questions on this item. I have decided that we will do them in blocks so that we deal with 4 or 5 questions at a time, and then I will ask Mr. Blake to deal with those questions before we move on to the next block. For those questioners who are here in public, I would really ask that you try and keep your time for your questions as crisp as you can. We do have a lot of questions, and I would like to sort of keep the balance appropriate between the time spent asking the questions and the time spent answering them. So, let us start with the public questions, and I would like to ask the officers to read out 3 public questions which relate to the independent audit by Dr. Marilyn Tracy, Alan Treacy, and Terry Spencer. The last of these questions is basically 3 parts, of which 2 relate to general recommendations and 1 relates to the audit. So Mr. Swan and Mr. Sutton will respond to the question, the part of the question relating to the independent audit, and then Mr. Blake will address the other parts of that question in the first response to subsequent questions. So, could I ask the officers to please read out those 3 questions?
This question is from Dr. Marilyn Treacy. I would like to ask the following question at the Exec Board 1st July. under agenda item 12. Residents of West Cambridge and beyond continue to be concerned about the lack of justification for the GCP proposed route through the Greenbelt over Madingley Hill, which will forever damage this valuable landscape and open it up to urbanisation. Whilst the C2C audit was being carried out, Coton Parish Council employed an independent firm of transport consultants of national repute to examine the issues. Their report was submitted to the audit. They concluded that there is insufficient evidence to date to confirm that suitable alternatives, potential alignment via the A428 and Girton interchange, and potential on-highway options have been assessed to the degree that one can conclude that they do not afford greater protection to the Greenbelt, which is fundamental to the context of the TWA process under which C2C will be considered. They added, it is strongly recommended that the constraints relating to the consideration of alternatives are reconsidered on a more equitable and transparent basis. They concluded, without further work on the above listed issues, the scheme assumptions and constraints are not robust and do not withstand scrutiny, and those shortcomings will undoubtedly be exposed in any TWA process. Question. Why are the GCP attempting to progress this scheme again without having examined alternatives in more depth, and why did the independent auditor not pick up on this point?
The second question from Alan Treacy reads as follows. The business case for the C2C preferred route is weak, with a BCR of 0.43 to 0.48. This is without any adjustment within the outline business case for cancellation of the CAM, resulting in a busway which terminates at Grange Road, without any prospect of further rapid access through the city. The possibility of 30 to 50% of potential passengers choosing to travel via East-West Rail to Cambridge, south, and the city centre, and emerging patterns of working from home for office workers 1 to 3 days a week in the future. These factors are bound to adversely affect the business case for C2C. The conclusion of the independent transport consultants employed by Coton Parish Council was to recommend that the constraints to this project should include providing a BCR of at least 1 to represent an acceptable level of value for money, particularly in the light of the use of government and public funds. How can the GCP justify progressing this scheme with a business case which does not stack up? Why did the independent auditor not highlight this issue?
This question is from Terry Spencer. The Joint Assembly failed to mention in their report that the newly elected Mayor for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough had confirmed that the CAM would not proceed. 1. Without the CAM, how exactly does the GCP propose to link buses from the current terminus of the Cambourne to Cambridge busway at Grange Road to the 3 stated destinations, the Science Park, the City Centre and the Biomedical Campus? 2. Without details of these connections, the preferred route for the busway scheme will fail to deliver the stated objectives. Why is the GCP persisting with this scheme, which has received overwhelming opposition by the public, the previous Mayor for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, the local MP and many organisations, including the National Trust, CPPF, parish councils and the local liaison forum? 3. How can the independent audit team advise that there is no reason that the scheme should not proceed when no feasible or sensible routes have been proposed to connect from Grange Road to the stated destinations without aggravating congestion in Cambridge and without serious environmental city impacts on pedestrians, cyclists and tourists visiting the historic city?
Okay. Could I ask, is it Mr. Sutton who will respond? Could I ask Mr. Sutton that you make it clear which question you are responding to as you go through your responses, please?
Yes, of course. Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll respond to question 19, which is from Dr. Marilyn Tracy first. She makes a number of claims in her question regarding the audit and the consideration of submissions that were made. The audit considered the input from Coton Parish Council and the submission made by iTransport including the proposed alternative alignment for a coal-lined route via the A428 and looping south of the Girton interchange. This is reviewed in section 6.6.3 of the independent audit. According to the iTransport report, the scheme is a viable option, although no evidence is presented to support this assertion. Their report recognises that there would be engineering challenges for the route they propose, with cost implications which are not estimated. Alternative route options, including those going via Girton Interchange, have been reviewed at various stages in the scheme options development process. As remarked in Audit Comment 21, which is in Section 6, page 69 of the audit, I comment that the C2C scheme assumptions and constraints are not invalidated by the alternative options, some of which can reasonably claim that they are just as valid. It is not the role of the audit to adjudicate between conflicting options. The objectors will have the opportunity to present their alternative route option to the public inquiry and cross-examine the GCP and its consultants on the options development and preferred scheme appraisal. There is no guarantee, for instance, that the co-alignment route scheme proposed by iTransport would perform any better if subject to a detailed appraisal than the preferred option evaluated in the business case. So that was my answer, my response to question 19. In response to question 26 from Alan Treacy, he asked, why did the independent audit not highlight this issue with regard to objections to the scheme, particularly the economic appraisal? The independent audit discussed the economic appraisal, including the estimation of the BCR, in section 4.2.1 of the report. The BCR of 0.43 refers to the transport user benefits only, which increases to 0.48 when taking account of agglomeration benefits in the corridor. In line with transport appraisal guidance from the Department of Transport and HM Treasury, the business case estimates the wider economic impacts, which increases the BCR to 1.47, which is increased further to 3.48 with Greater Cambridge additional benefits. The issues surrounding city centre access from Grange Road are reviewed in section 3.3 of the audit, which identifies this as a weak link in the C2C project and more widely the Cambridge Better Public Transport Programme. This is acknowledged as a key constraint by the GCP and the Combined Authority, which is partially addressed in the recent city access policy of soft measures to improve bus movements. Further measures will be required if bus accessibility is to match the ambitions of the Better Public Transport project. Regarding East West Rail, claims are made in several submissions that East West Rail will replace the need for the busway, without any evidence being provided to support this assertion. It is likely that East West Rail will abstract some travel demand in the corridor, which is why the audit recommends in section 5.2 that the East West Rail be brought into the appraisal process to evaluate the impact on the C2C scheme. Moving on to the third question, question 27 from Terry Spencer, and it's the third part of that question which I will respond to. This is related to the same issue about city centre access from Grange Road, and my answer really reflects the previous answer that was made in response to the question from Alan Treacy. So I don't really have anything further to add to that, only to say that despite the problems with the city centre access, the assumptions and constraints relating to the growth of travel movements in the Cambourne to Cambridge corridor remain valid. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. Maybe it is easier now if, Mr. Blake, you'd answer the residual 2 points and in Mr. Spencer's question.
Thank you, Chair. So Camborne to Cambridge will be adopting the approach of the existing guided busway. So at Grange Road, it will move on road for movements to the city centre and other employment nodes. This will be enhanced by city access proposals, which we've discussed this morning, will be coming back to this board and the Joint Assembly in September. In terms of the second point around objections, the evidence does not support overwhelming opposition to the scheme. Camborne and Cambridge is part of a strategy that will ensure the delivery of sustainable local planned growth across the Greater Cambridge area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Okay, so I'd now like to move on from the independent audit to general questions which relate to the item and to the recommendations. And I'd like to ask people who are here in present to come forward and ask their questions. If we could start, please, with Mr. Gabriel Fox. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. I've been doing this for at least 6 years, which is kind of, I think, depressing in itself. And I have been asking, I guess, the same question the whole of that time. Why is it necessary to build an off-road section of busway for the less than 2 mile stretch between Madingley Mulch Roundabout and the West Cambridge site at great financial and environmental cost, when a simple on-road bus solution for that stretch on the A1303 would perform just as well at a fraction of the cost? Initially, we were told that the off-road busway along that 2 mile stretch delivered valuable transport benefits. But when they got round to examining it properly, GCP's transport officers conceded that an off-road route across the Madingley Hill Greenbelt landscape would actually have no significant end-to-end journey time or reliability benefit over a well-designed scheme using the A1303. And they were even kind enough to admit in the outline business case published last year that the most reliable bus infrastructure in Cambridgeshire is not, as some had previously claimed, the existing Cambridgeshire guided busway that Mr. Blake just referenced north of the city, but the intermittent on-road bus lane between Ditton Walk and Napier Street on Newmarket Road, a busy radial route that is far more challenging in terms of congestion and junctions than the A1303 on Madingley Hill. And I emphasise intermittent. This is not actually a bus lane that runs continuously. It is actually broken at places between Ditton Walk and Napier Street. So once that excuse was laid to rest, we were then told that the off-road stretch was necessary for CAM compliance, but now it appears CAM is not going to happen. So I'm left wondering what is the next excuse to be used. We all, across the community, want a better bus service between Camborne and Cambridge. We want a better service that the public can afford to use, and we ideally want it to be evidence-based. So my question is, when is GCP going to accept that a popular, affordable, and highly efficient and quick to implement on-road scheme for that 2 mile stretch is the best way to achieve that? And I'm afraid I have to kind of dine and dash because I've got another thing, so I'm going to be very rude and just skedaddle. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us to ask your question. Okay, second question in this block is, could I ask Councillor Marcus Gearing, please, to ask his question? Welcome.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Chair, on your position and your election. I'm very concerned, and my residents are very concerned about the C2C proposals, in particular the public participation element. And I'm afraid to say that we feel that officers intervened and were improperly controlled by the politicians on this board. Because repeatedly we requested that an LLF should be called, a local liaison forum should be convened on the independent assessment. Instead, we were fobbed off by officers saying that there's no material change coming with the independent assessment, and therefore no public participation needs were necessary. However, the assessment is now used as a precondition to enter the next step of the C2C planning. And under those conditions, we can't say it had no significant impact It is clearly a gateway to the new phase of the C2C planning, and therefore it would have been right to convene a quick Zoom meeting of the LLF. My residents associations feel sidelined. They didn't feel they had appropriate interaction with the independent reviewer. They were confined to written submissions, while many think that GCP itself had personal interactions. So my question for the board is, do you think the right process has been followed? Do you think it was right to exclude the possibility of an LLF when that LLF was readily available via Zoom? And third, is the GCP afraid of public scrutiny? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Could I now ask Mr. James Littlewood to come forward and ask his question, please? Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak in person. I have two questions. One of them does relate to the independent audit, so I'll ask that first, and then I'll ask a separate question about environmental impact assessment. So the first question is that we submitted a series of questions to yourselves in response to the independent audit. These are too numerous to raise a public question, so we would like to just ask one of these publicly, which is, will the GCP acknowledge that there are no significant delays westbound along Madingley Hill in the evening peak? The audit report, page 19, states current delay on the A1303 eastbound in the AM peak is up to and over 70% slower than average nighttime speeds. This is mirrored in the westbound PM peak with between 50% to 75% slower speeds than nighttime average speeds. This appears to be a misquote from the economic case on page 61, which is listed in 3 points. Point 1, traffic moving at over 75% slower travelling into Cambridge in the AM peak compared to nighttime average speeds between Madingley Mulch Roundabout and the M11 junction. Point 2, traffic exiting the M1 motorway moving at between 50 and 70% slower compared to nighttime average in both the AM and PM peak. And point 3, delays occurring in both the AM and PM peak with traffic moving at over 75% slower than the nighttime average speed at the Madingley Road Park and Ride site. Neither of the two second points describe the speed of westbound traffic on Madingley Hill in the PM peak. Our report, which we submitted, included an analysis of a year's worth of bus travel data published by the GCP itself on the Smart Cambridge Data Hub. This demonstrates incontrovertibly that there is no significant delays westbound along Madingley Hill in the evening peak. Even in the morning peak, the pattern of delays is too complex to be usefully summarised as 75% slower. And we've provided two graphs with our question to demonstrate this point. My second question relates to the environmental impact assessment. Firstly, I'd like to ask how much approximately the environmental impact assessment would cost. And taking into account the independent audit recommendations, should the board not have sight of the updated business case before it considers spending money on the EIA? And if not, could you please explain to us what the purpose of the business case is when it so far cost £8 million if it is not to determine whether the project is an appropriate way to spend public money? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions. Okay. Could I now ask Superintendent Matthew Brad to come forward and ask his question? Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'll start by reading a short statement and getting to the questions. The Madingley Hill landscape is a place of beauty that has been valued by many generations and is worthy of preservation. Its stunning viewshed extends north towards Ely Cathedral, east towards King's College Chapel, south over Red Meadow Hill, and beyond, with the picturesque villages of Coton and Madingley nestled on either side. In 1945, U.S. Army Major General Lee requested that Mattingly Hill become the site of a permanent commemorative cemetery and memorial to honor fallen U.S. service personnel of the Second World War, specifically because of its natural beauty and unparalleled viewshed. The U.S. government asked for this specific terrain. No other terrain in East Anglia would do, because this viewshed was the key selling point then, as it is still today. Today, the Cambridge American Military Cemetery is a world-renowned monument and a Grade 1 listed landscape by Historic England. Extending south, the unspoiled open countryside located in the Greenbelt is extensively protected by National Trust covenants. We are concerned that GCP's proposal to build a tarmac bus route across the south side of the hill would irreparably damage this unique and precious landscape, compromising the setting of the American Military Cemetery, severing historic community access routes, and paving the way for further urban encroachment in its vicinity. And so my questions to the board include, 1, will the GCP consider rejecting a scheme that is so manifestly damaging to such a sensitive and internationally recognized landscape? My second question is, will the GCP consider properly and impartially assessing the well-characterized alternatives for improving bus journeys between Camborne and Cambridge using existing infrastructure? And by that, I specifically mean the A428 to the Girton interchange. So thank you, Chairman. I should point out that I am representing both myself as the Superintendent of the American Cemetery, but also the Mattingly Parish Council, the Coton Parish Council, and the Cambridge past, present, and future. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies.
Thank you for your question. Okay, can I ask Mr. Blake to respond to all of those questions again? If you wouldn't mind making it clear which question you're responding to, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the question raised by Gabriel Fox, the evidence does not support the assertion that an on-road bus solution performs just as well. We've assessed these route options in accordance with DFT requirements. All that information is available online, and the best performing route is the route that we are proposing. The idea that an on-road solution could be provided at a fraction of the cost, again, is not supported by the evidence, particularly in the, can you hear me? Particularly in the, given the insufficient space outside of the American Cemetery and the SSSI. The independent audit states that alternative route options have been assessed in accordance with Department for Transport requirements. If I turn to the question from Councillor Gearing, the outline business case has been discussed at the local liaison forum in January 2020 and then again in June 2020. In the liaison forum on the 8th of December 2020, we outlined the recommendations for an independent audit of the process. That independent audit has been managed by an independent person, and Phil Swan will outline his approach in a minute. That report has been prepared and submitted to the board as an independent report. Mr. Swan met the chair of the liaison forum twice during the audit process, including to outline the outcomes and the recommendations. In terms of James Littlewood's question regarding the EIA work is yet to be agreed, the scope of which is yet to be agreed with the Department for Transport, and the costs will be identified at that point once we've agreed with them, as we are required to through the prescribed process. The independent audit has recommended that the business case be updated in due course to reflect East West Rail, COVID and other issues, and that will be brought forward at the next stage gate, as we're required to do. In terms of your question around delays westbound, along Madingley Hill. At present, the significant westbound delays in the evening peak are mainly to the east of the M11, but traffic is often heavy over Madingley Hill and likely to deteriorate given the planned growth along that corridor, particularly along to Bourne and to West Cambourne. And then finally, in terms of Superintendent Brown, the GCP has properly assessed the alternatives, both on-road and off, and these deliberations have included the impact on the American cemetery, and the conclusion is that the southern proposals have less of an impact than the other options, which in part is why they've been discounted. I believe that's me, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blake. I'd just like to ask Mr. Swan whether you would like to respond to the question about the degree of GCP influence on the independent audit now, or would you like to sort of pick that up when you make your remarks on the process?
I'm happy to comment now. The only contact we have had with the GCP during this process was to agree the terms of reference with them, which I also discussed with the local liaison forum and the combined authority, to obtain information and evidence from the transport team at the GCP, and I accompanied John Sutton to that meeting. I also kept you informed of the progress with the audit, but not the content, and I briefed you on our conclusions in a similar timescale to the briefing I provided to the local liaison forum. There has been no attempt to influence the contents of the report whatsoever.
Thank you very much indeed. I have to apologise that I missed a question from Mr. Pratton in my list, so if I could invite Mr. Pratton to come forward and first question for the next block, my sincere apologies. If you'd like to ask your question.
Is that working? Yeah. Actually, that works quite well, because my question I very much want to direct at the board and not at the officers, because I feel that I want the board to answer the question rather than the officers. So there's kind of two parts to my question. The first part has been slightly mentioned in some earlier questions. We've been asking for 5 years how the buses will get back to Grange Road from the city centre destinations. All that time they keep saying city centre access study is going to come out. It never comes out. The board members must have an opinion of this for themselves. They know this is the problem. So how do you think the buses are going to get back from town centre to Grange Road? They can't go down Lensfield Road unless significant changes are made to the traffic structure there. Are you, the board, willing to sign off on that and persuade your voters that they're willing to accept that? Or is there some other option that you guys know about that we don't know about? How are the buses going to get back? I don't want to talk to the officers because they're just going to say it's going to come out in the access study. They've been saying that for 5 years. It's time that someone said how the buses were going to get back. The second part of my question concerns the Westfield section of the route. Are the board members aware that the planning justification in law given by the officers and their consultants is appealing to a speculative piece, is making a risky appeal to a loosely related piece of case law, and that this is highly speculative? Okay. I'd give an analogy. If I was a farmer who wanted to develop a piece of greenbelt land, I'd be quite happy to take a piece of legal advice where someone said, well, you've got a 20% chance of getting it through. If it gets through, you win the jackpot. If I'm buying a house, I want legal advice that I know is 100% going to be okay. I want my contract to look like all the contracts that everyone else has signed to sign a house. The advice you've been given legally for the planning for the section over the West Fields is like the former. It's not 100% guaranteed to get through. Therefore, there must be a plan B for when that fails. Do you guys know what the plan B is? Okay, that's my second question. Both of these were mentioned to the auditors and neither were adequately discussed in the audit response. But my real question is for the board members on this, not the officers.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Can I now ask that we go to the next block of 4 questions, and then we'll deal with all of those questions together. Mr. Pratton, your comments well taken on your comments, and if you hang around and listen to the board discussion, I think you'll find those points being picked up. And if you were around this morning, certainly you would have heard reference to exactly those points as well on city access. So if I could just ask for the questions to be read out from Mr. Andrew Taylor, Melanie Forbes, Jane Rennick, and Caroline Posgate, please.
Thank you, Chair. This question is from Andrew Taylor of Countryside Properties. Please can you confirm that the GCP board will approve the decision to move forward with the recommendation regarding the C2C scheme? Countryside support the conclusion of the audit that there is no reason not to proceed to the next stage in the development of the C2C scheme. Following the publication of the Camborne to Cambridge independent audit, Countryside and its consultant team have reviewed the findings. We support the proposed route for the C2C as recommended through the audit and are supportive of the GCP reaching a positive decision on this matter. Within the Bourne Airfield New Village site, the route is consistent with the adopted SPD for the site and the parameters on which SCDC resolved to grant permission earlier this year. The delivery of the C2C is important for delivering new community-based transport options, and the 2 stops within the Bourne Airfield New Village will be at the heart of the community, including adjoining the New Village Centre. We look forward to continuing working with the GCP to support the swift delivery of the scheme, which is a key infrastructure project in the area, both for the existing and the new communities which will be developed.
This question is from Melanie Forbes. As we emerge from the pandemic, we are faced with an ecological disaster, the signs of which are manifest everywhere and every day. We know what we have to do, and it is a race against time. Many organisations are working to create and preserve disappearing habitats to protect the ecosystem, which sustains us. The CPPF project to create a wetland in Coton provides a local example. How then does the GCP justify destroying protected greenbelt land and important habitats to build an off-road busway when a faster rail solution is just a few years down the track and an on-road alternative runs parallel close by? In the light of recent changes and future threats, why does the GCP continue to resist a formal comparison of the off-road and on-road proposals?
This question is from Jane Rennick. Following the conclusions of the independent audit, I would like to ask a question concerning the lack of public confidence in the democratic process that has led to the GCP to progress so unwaveringly with their preferred route for the Camborne to Cambridge busway. I refer to point 3.7 of the Joint Assembly feedback. It is stated that overall there was a consensus that the scheme should proceed to the EIA stage, as some residual areas of concern, such as the impact on Hardwick and Coton, can only be addressed by that means. This infers that the severe environmental impact that the proposed busway would have on these 2 villages is only of residual concern. Here, the use of the word residual suggests that the EIA stage will, yet again, merely be another sweeping up exercise that will in no way lead to any serious reappraisal of the GCP preferred route. I would like to ask, how can the residents of Hardwick and Coton be reassured that this is not just another box-ticking exercise that will have no impact on the final decision?
This question is from Caroline Postgate. With reference to feedback from the Joint Assembly meeting, 10th July 2021, agenda page 28, item 5.2, second point. Some members welcomed reference to the potential reassessment of the alignment in Hardwick, avoiding the need to chop down trees along St Neots Road. This was in relation to a statement from Peter Blake. If this realignment on St Neots Road, Hardwick, is changed to an on-road bus lane instead of a segregated route, this leaves the short distance through the Greenbelt on Madingley Hill, next to Coton, and then through the Cambridge Westfields, the only fully segregated section in the entire C2C route. Will the board reconsider the wisdom of wasting huge sums of money on a minimally segregated route that no longer fulfills its original brief? Viable alternative routes exist and need to be examined in greater detail before any final decision is made.
Okay, if I could ask Mr. Blake to respond to those questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. I am going to respond to Mr. Pratton, recognising that your comments will be reflected on by the board. But in terms of risky and speculative, the planning advice is not risky nor speculative. If there is no requirement for very special circumstances in the Green Belt, transport infrastructure is appropriate in the Green Belt, subject to appropriate planning review. And that's the process that we will be following. In terms of the existing busway, it goes from segregated to on-road, and that is the plan for the Camborne to Cambridge. But again, the conversations we've had this morning, and we will have again in September, we'll talk about city access and how the traffic levels are better managed for public transport, walking and cycling within the city. In terms of the Andrew Taylor question, that's a point for the board to note, I think, in similar fashion. In terms of the question from Melanie Forbes, so the Greenbelt point, I think, is again appropriate. Transport infrastructure is appropriate in the Greenbelt, subject to the necessary checks and balances. The audit notes that C2C complements East-West Rail, particularly with any further planned growth along that corridor. And East-West Rail will not serve the communities between Camborne and Cambridge, particularly areas like Bourne Airfield, aka the question we've had in from Matthew Taylor previously. And the audit also concludes that alternative routes have been put forward and considered, as we are obliged to do in accordance with Department for Transport guidance. Jane Renwick's question, the scheme has been developed with regular input from communities. There have been 4 consultations over the years, along with countless meetings and discussions with stakeholder groups and the like. The community has contributed and impacted on the scheme. For example, the location of the park and ride site, noise barriers along the 428, changes to the detailed design. If the decision of the board today is to restart the scheme and move forward with the EIA consultation, we will be restarting engagement with the community and the community groups. And again, that will also be subject to a statutory EIA consultation that we're obliged to undertake. Carolyn Postgate's question, the audit states that the alternative routes have been considered in line with guidance. If the St Neots Road option is considered and changed as a result of the EIA consultation, the majority of the proposed Camborne to Cambridge route will still be off-road, reflecting the requirements of the scheme. I believe that's the list, I think.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so now we come to the last block of questions, which there are 3. Can I ask, not sure who's asking this question, it's Dan Strauss and Heather Duquesne, Anthony Carpen and Pauline Jocelyn. Can I ask the officers to please read those questions out?
Thank you, Chair. This question is from Dan Strauss and Heather Duquesne on behalf of the North Newnham Residents Association. Over 3,300 people signed a petition urging the GCP not to use Adams Road as the final stage of the C2C busway, and we were pleased to see that these people were listened to. Can the GCP now consider the safety of the 6,000 cyclists who use Adams Road every day and urgently make improvements to the road, which should include traffic calming and removing the parking?
This question is from Anthony Carpen. Please, can the Greater Cambridge Partnership set out what detailed discussions they have had with Stagecoach regarding the Cambridge Access element of the busways programme, in particular with regards to 1. What happens to busway buses from Camborne that reach Grange Road? 2. What happens to C-set buses when they reach Addenbrooke's? 3. How are you managing the risk of building stranded pieces of transport infrastructure that previous generations of transport engineers left Cambridge with during the 1960s and 1970s, including Elizabeth Way Bridge and Barnwell Road dual carriageways? Mr. Carpenter has provided some background information which is available on the published version of these questions.
And Chair, I think there's a further question which you didn't list, which is from Pauline Jocelyn. Can the GCP make it clear and formal that if this scheme is to go ahead, then the GCP will be addressing the environmental, sound and visual barrier issues of the proposed busway and the A428 motorway on St Neots Road, Hardwick? I remind the GCP that 764 Hardwick residents signed a petition to save our trees on St Neots Road. We do not want the tree barrier removed. Does the GCP acknowledge that Hardwick Parish Council confirms it does not support the off-road C2C, nor the destruction of the tree line between the A428 and St Neots Road? Does the GCP acknowledge that the verifiable online petition on change.org to save the St Neots Road trees has over 750 signatures? Will the GCP please confirm that there are no changes to the St Neots Road carriageway, whether the GCP off-road busway goes ahead or not? Would the GCP please confirm that the sustainable pedestrian and cycle path planned for St Neots Road will continue regardless of the GCP going ahead or not? And finally, where can we see the GCP plans for upgrading the St Neots Road footpath, please, including the start and finish date? That concludes the questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I again ask Mr. Blake to address those 3 questions?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of North Newnham Residents Association, I answered this at the Joint Assembly. So we will be bringing forward proposals as part of the Combatant Greenway for Adams Road, and we will be in discussions with local residents in the near future. In terms of the question from Anthony Carpin, I've already covered the Grange Road sort of issue. In terms of Cambridge South East, that will link up with the existing busway passing the new rail station when it opens in 2025. And the GCP is proposing flexible option with buses, which means that there will no creation of stranded assets, so assets will not be used going forward. You know, the existing busway is highly successful, has double the number of bus services on than when it opened, and we expect that to be the case with these services going forward. And then finally, in terms of Pauline Jocelyn's question, should the scheme advance, then we will be in discussion with the Parish Council and other residents in Hardwick on all of these issues regarding St Neots Road, footway, cycleway and the like, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Okay, so that concludes the question. I'd like to thank all of those members of the public who asked the questions. Very grateful for the time you've taken, and indeed I'd like also to thank all members of the public who've taken the time to write to the board members on this particular item to convey their thoughts and views. Okay, so now if I could ask the Chief Executive, Rachel Stoppard, to make some introductory remarks on this item, I would be very grateful. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. As has already been referred to a number of times, this scheme has been long in debate and subject to a number of delays and opinions about the appropriate route. As a result of that, in December last year, the Executive Board agreed to undertake an independent audit. The purpose was to validate the assumptions and constraints that had led to the conclusions of the outline business case and consider whether they remained valid. At that time, you also emphasised the importance of the audit being independent, open and transparent. For that reason, we appointed an independent person, Phil Swan, to oversee the process and act as the point of contact and intermediary between all stakeholders, including the GCP and the independent auditor. Therefore, I now would like to hand over to Phil Swan to introduce the audit and outline the process that he undertook. Thank you.
Mr. Swan. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I was commissioned to independently manage the audit. The first task I undertook was to draft a set of terms of reference for the audit, which I discussed with the board, the local liaison forum and the combined authority. Those terms of reference were published in February and circulated to local representative bodies and stakeholders with an initial invitation for them to submit representations to the audit. I then commissioned John Sutton as the transport expert to carry out the audit following a competitive process. The GCP was not involved in that recruitment process in any way, but it did follow Cambridgeshire County Council procurement rules. Neither John nor Amy, the company he works for, have had any previous engagement with the GCP or the C2C scheme. Shortly after John was appointed, we published a statement on the constraints and assumptions underpinning the C2C outline business case, with a further invitation, which we published and circulated, with a further invitation to local representative organisations to make submissions to the audit. In total, in response to both of those invitations to submit submissions, we received around 50 submissions which are listed in the audit, and all of which were taken into account in the work we did. I should now like to repeat the comment I made a few minutes ago, which is that there has been no attempt by anybody, including the GCP, to influence the content of the audit or the conclusions we reached. And John will now briefly speak to the conclusions in the audit.
Yes, thanks, Phil. Thank you, Chair. I'll just briefly summarise the main conclusions from the audit. The audit has concluded that the scheme is in alignment with national, regional and local policies on the economy and transport. Stakeholder engagement has been carried out in a robust manner, and the business case development followed the HM Treasury Green Book and the Department for Transport Appraisal Guidelines methodology. The appraisal has been carried out in a robust manner, and the economic analysis and financial case remain valid. The environmental impact of the scheme is mixed, and the validity of some of the assumptions will need to be investigated further as part of the environmental impact assessment, which would form part of the next stages. A number of alternative route options have been put forward and have been examined in the audit. It is important to stress, however, that the business case must balance local concerns with the wider strategic goals. The GCP has followed the national guidance on appraisal such as this. Overall, the audit has confirmed that the key constraints and assumptions on which the C2C business case is based remains valid. There have, however, been some significant changes in the wider context, including the impact of COVID-19, the increasing importance of climate change, the government's new bus policy, East-West Rail and the CAM scheme. These factors will have to be taken into account in the next stages of developing the C2C scheme. It has been argued that progress with the C2C scheme should be delayed to consider the CAM and the East-West Rail projects. This audit has concluded that the case for delay is not strong and has been significantly weakened as a result of the increasing uncertainty about CAM in the light of statements of the incoming Mayor. So the overall conclusion of the audit is that there is no reason why the Executive Board of the GCP should not proceed to the next stage in the development of the C2C scheme. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sutton. Okay, so I would like at this point to just now turn to discussion amongst the board and clarification of any questions which the board members have, or indeed questions which came or comments from the Joint Assembly. on the audit report. And then as a separate part of this item, we'll go on and talk about the substantive recommendations. So first of all, if I just invite Mr. Bick, are there any comments from the Joint Assembly relating to the independent audit which you would like to pass on?
Yes, I hadn't expected to separate the two.
Well,
but
indeed, if you wish to amalgamate them, that's
okay,
fine too.
I'll do that, I think. So, Chair, Phil Swan and John Sutton both attended the Assembly a few weeks ago, and there they also responded to questions from public questioners and from members of the Assembly. The consensus of the Assembly was that the audit had been conducted along the principles of independence which they had hoped for, and that was questioned and explored with them. And the consensus was also that the audit report does provide an assurance that it would be appropriate to proceed with the next stage of this project. The Assembly did support the recommendations that you were going to consider today, and they did so with varying degrees of enthusiasm and reluctance, as is written in my report. But that was with some considerable degree of consensus, nevertheless. And I think the reason for that was that there is a recognition of what has been described as the wider strategic goals that this project is seeking to achieve, of providing fast and efficient, sustainable public and active transport to the growing new communities meeting housing needs on the west side of Cambridge. We welcomed the fact that the audit had pointed out that by proceeding, the GCP should and could combine that with further study of a number of related factors, which I think is in the main report are acknowledged as subject to change in this corridor, such as the future of the CAM, the impact of East-West Rail, the implications of COVID, about climate change and policy for that, about national bus policy. And I think that we were pleased to, we got that advice that the shutters did not go down on considering those elements that contribute to this project just because we were going to proceed to the next stage. So we welcome that. And I do think in that context that we would be pleased to see your recommendation C extended to add to the list of factors that are listed there, integration with the emergent city access strategy. It's been the subject of some of the public questions. We're talking here about a list of other factors which are in motion and can be subject to change whilst we proceed with this project. I think we have to acknowledge that the city access strategy is one of those, and I think it should be, I would really request the board to add that to the list and recognise that, the city access strategy needs to integrate with that, and it is only an emergent strategy, and so it does need to be added to that list and dealt with in the same way. We also felt that by moving to the next stage, it would be welcome that the environmental impact assessment could take place, particularly because it does enable the areas of environmental sensitivity in areas like Hardwick and Coton to be properly and importantly practically explored, because we feel that A lot has been asserted, a lot has been said in very general terms about those subjects, and only when we get to the environmental impact assessment are we going to be able to evaluate the practical issues there and how they can be mitigated and accommodated. So you've got the whole lot of comments from the Assembly there, but the broad consensus was that the recommendations, hopefully if you will agree to amend them, that would be good, should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bick. We will just log your suggestion on the recommendation and return to that in a minute. Thank you for your comments. So can I now just invite members of the Executive Board to, if they have any questions of clarification or for Mr. Sutton, Mr. Swan, to please do so. Okay.
No, just to thank Mr. Sutton for his piece of work.
Okay. I'd also like to thank you, but before doing so, can I just, as your last element, I have a few questions which are really just to make sure that my understanding of the conclusions of the report are clear. This was a report undertaken by the board is a very important part of this process in recognition of the time which had elapsed since this piece of work had started, and also the dynamics of what's actually happening in this corridor. So I've just got a couple of questions which I'd like to, if you could sort of confirm for me. What is your view? East-West Rail has come up in a lot of the correspondence I've received, a lot of the questions, a lot of the comments we've had. Is East-West Rail, in your opinion, likely to enhance or detract from C2C in terms of its strategic objectives and its business case?
Yes, thank you for your questions. There is still uncertainty on the East-West Rail and the station location at Camborne, and therefore the potential impact of East-West Rail on the C2C scheme is still uncertain. For this reason, the audit recommended that East-West Rail should be brought into the appraisal framework in the final business case. Given the amount of housing and employment planned in the corridor, potentially boosted further by East-West Rail Station in North Camborne, the two projects are complementary and serve different travel markets, albeit with some overlap.
Right. Super. Hence, its inclusion in our recommendations is a sort of parallel path of further work. If I may, can I just ask one other question, which is also came up in one of the questions directly, which is the impact of COVID on long-term travel plans, and do you feel that impact has sort of changed materially the assumptions underlying the business case to the extent that they're no longer really valid?
Without being disrespectful, I think this is one of those known unknowns, and there is uncertainty on future travel that may impact all modes. The audit reviewed the latest evidence and concluded that the risk to bus travel is less than rail travel. So if anything, the fallout from COVID-19 is likely to affect rail more than bus, including East-West Rail. It is also worth noting that the government regards buses as an important element in recovering from the pandemic, as evident in the Bus Back Better national bus strategy launched in March. The audit recommended that assumptions regarding future travel demands in the corridor should be subject to more scenario testing, but at present the underlying assumptions remain valid in the corridor, and there is no reason to pause its progress in the next stage of planning.
Thank you. Thank you. Next question is again regarding questions which were raised about onward travel. Do you feel that the strategic case is sort of missing? I think a missing link was used to describe the sort of absence of clarity on the onward travel in central Cambridge?
Well, as has already been mentioned here, this is the weak link in the C2C scheme and more generally for the Better Public Transport project. The outline business case is focused on the corridor from Grange Road to Cambourne, and access to the city centre is subject to ongoing work in the GCP city access policy. The audit remarks that further measures are required to enhance bus access to the city centre, and the GCP and the combined authority should work more closely in developing solutions.
Okay, thank you. I've just got two more questions which really go to also the questions and again some of the interventions which we've had and emails which we've had relating to sort of alternate routes. Firstly, regarding sort of the A1303 and prioritisation, do you feel that, or do you consider that the GCP in its work overstated any of the constraints or made any invalid assumptions that caused it to reject those options as a viable long-term solution for the strategic objectives?
Are you referring to the northern route?
No, the A1303.
A1303.
The prioritisation schemes.
Oh, okay. So the bus priority measures along the A1303 are short-term measures that are incapable of coping with the additional traffic generated by the proposed housing and employment growth in the corridor once these are delivered. The focus of the outline business case is on delivering a solution that works for the short and the long term. The rejection of prioritisation measures along the A1303 may have been overstated in order not to divert resources away from planning a longer-term solution to meet the travel demands in the corridor. The audit concludes that the two are not mutually exclusive, and following the government's Bus Back Better strategy, there is funding available to implement some of the short-term bus priority measures to complement the segregated busway.
Okay, thank you. And my last question regards the sort of A428 alignment, and again, similar structure of the question is, do you consider that the GCP overstated any constraints or made any invalid assumptions that caused it to reject any option of A428 alignment on the basis that it will not deliver with the overall strategic objectives of the scheme?
This option was evaluated as part of the options development process and not taken forward because it did not perform as well as other options. The evaluation was undertaken as part of the optioneering process, and the assumptions and constraints applied at that stage were not reviewed in the audit, which focused on the continued validity of the assumptions and constraints for the preferred option in the light of recent developments such as CAM and East West Rail. So the audit is not in a position to judge whether earlier assumptions and constraints were overstated and relies on evidence presented in the outline business case and supporting documents.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those answers. Okay, now I'd like to move to the substantive part of the report, and Peter, if you would like to, Mr. Blake.
Thank you, Chair. Really, I would just refer the board to the recommendations. So if you are content with what you've heard regarding the independent audit, the recommendations are to proceed to the next steps as outlined in section 2.1. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to invite any members of the board. Claire, would you like to?
Thank you for the paper and for the audit. We desperately wanted an independent audit, and we haven't spent enough time with you, in my view. Actually, I would like to spend more time getting your feel for this against our overall objectives. We've been trying to give options to the workers, to the students, to the people going on to tertiary education, and opportunities. Lower paid school people, university people, shop workers, John Lewis people in particular, they don't park in the Grand Arcade during the day. They park in Adams Road, they park in Stories Way. They're fairly beaten up cars that are often parked in those zones. So from my point of view, I know it's out of process, but it's my last meeting, so I'm allowed to do that. But actually answering Mr. Pratt's question, I think, which was, do we as board members have views on some of these things? Yes, we do have views. I'd be very interested in your views since you've looked at this scheme so much. So from my point of view, when we've beaten the worst part of the radial route, the centre of Cambridge is often much more peaceful than the radial route coming into town particularly. So the inner part of Newmarket Road, for example, is often completely uncongested, whereas the outer part of Newmarket Road is very badly congested. Same with the university bus that comes from here, and I frequently take it to the station or to the hospital. It works pretty freely from Grange Road. And these buses that come from Cambourne, bringing people in the worst part of the journey, can then continue relatively freely down West Road, Queen's Road, Silver Street, particularly if we can go to some of the city access solutions that we've got to reduce some of the traffic there. You can circle round, you can have a one-way route. There are ways of getting the big buses through those parts. Secondly, you can move to smaller vehicles to go off in different directions if you're not going in the same direction as the main bus from Cambourne. You can use smaller shuttle buses. You could even have a fleet of these dreadful scooters, dare I say it, at the bus stop in Grange Road for people to zip off to somewhere that they wanted to. Different connections and access can be used in different ways. But overall, in London, in other busy cities like Paris, anywhere else, you don't expect to be dropped off right outside your favourite shop. You expect to walk the last bit. We're trying to get people to be more active. Our mayor has said he wants people to be healthier. If people are currently walking from Adams Road, from Storys Way, from Warts Causeway and Babraham Road, surely they could actually get off the bus one stop earlier and walk in the last bit. So I think there's a lot of practicality in building something that is a rapid transit, as rapid and reliable as we can get it to be, from the outskirts of Cambridge or a travel hub into the inner circumference. We don't have to go right outside the school or the shop or the university building, but we do need to get people in that first bit, and then they can take a more active route or a smaller route if they want to. So outside process, because I know we're not really meant to have ideas, we're meant to ask the officers, but actually it's quite useful that we do always have some thinking going on as well, don't we, Lewis? That was a question on your field, but I think it was more of a statement. But if you have a feel for whether this is actually going to meet our bigger objectives of getting people in that first major part of the route to give them the opportunity that they need to work and be educated, etc., in town, that would be really useful.
Would you like to?
Yes, thank you for your comments. I'm not quite sure if there was a question in there, but yes, I think fundamentally, I think what you're referring to is that the GCP area and the combined authority has accepted the idea that Greater Cambridge is going to grow significantly in terms of housing employment. And the challenge is that how do you accommodate that growth? I mean, here we're just focusing on travel movements. So something has got to give. You know, I mean, you're increasing the population of this area by 1/3 by 2035, according to the latest projections. And if you believe the combined authority, you could be looking at increasing the population by up to 50%. Now, I mean, this is going to have a huge impact, as well as the employment that's going to come with it. So I think what your question is or what your comment is that, well, we need to find a way of being able to get those people around the area in the most efficient and effective way without harming the environment. And I think, you know, this scheme or schemes like it is, as part of the Better Public Transport Programme, is the solution which the Greater Cambridge Partnership has come up with. I mean, yes, there are questions over specific alignment and impacts and things like that, which have to be addressed. But if you're going to have a transport strategy which is aiming to move people out of their cars and onto public transport and active travel, you're going to have to be, I think, quite brave in what you need to do. And If I can just also refer back to a comment that was made earlier, perhaps I didn't make this as strong as what I could have done. But with all the projected growth in the corridor along the A48, you don't just need the C2C busway, you're going to need East-West Rail as well, especially if you're going to make sure that people are going to be transferring from cars into public transport. So it's not a case of either or, you really need both.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions?
One area I would like to ask Mr. Blake about is the discussion that was raised by a number of people in responses, and I don't really want to draw in Mr. Sutton, but he might comment, but the Hardwick Road end of the scheme, in terms of what will be the opportunity under the EIA to test that particular element. And as it has been raised, and as we have also discussed it briefly this morning, and I'm sure we'll say more in comments, what in the EIA will be the assessment of the Grange Road end and the need, if you like, the obligation on the politicians as well as the GCP team to develop answers to where do the buses go. I'm not so worried about the Lensfield Road circuit. I'm more worried about the integration of public transport more generally, and the reduction in the level of congestion in the city centre.
So in terms of the EIA, it's where we get to the detailed design questions. So we will publish a whole host of detailed designs from Grange Road through Hardwick to Cambourne, and we're then able to talk in detail to local communities so they can see exactly what the proposals are, and we can then give them the opportunity to influence that. Hardwick is a good example of something that may be raised as part of the process. So it is clear that the Mayor is moving the position on CAM. We're obliged to reflect the Mayor and the Combined Authority's position because they're the Strategic Transport Authority. And in Hardwick, there is a genuine choice if the position on CAM essentially moves. And the genuine choice is, do we use St. Neots Road, or do we look to continue with the sort of the line of vegetation? Now, the line of vegetation was chosen in large part because CAM requires segregation. Whereas actually we think we can deliver the benefits by using a slightly reconfigured St. Neots Road. So what we need to do, working closely with Combined Authority, is to come forward with that detail and then sit down with the questioners, the parish council and others, to say on that particular point what works for the residents of Hardwick. And we'll have that opportunity throughout, so that even people who are objecting to the scheme will be able to talk through detailed design around what does the foliage, what should that look like, what vegetation, what visibility issues can we address, and it will gives us that opportunity to get into that level of detail, and that will then come back to you before you decide on the next steps. And I think that's an important step in the process, and it's exactly why Department for Transport require us to do it.
And on the city end of it, I appreciate that in pure environmental terms there isn't a full assessment, but in the breadth of the assessment, how will evidence, including if we make progress on the interventions in the city centre, feed into this EIA?
Well, in the short term, of course, it's the junctions around Grange Road. So what exactly do those junctions look like? What capacity are we giving to public transport? What will be the impact on other areas? But obviously, as conversations take place around city access, we have far more flexibility to do things if we're taking prevailing traffic levels down. And that will require conversations with yourselves, with the Assembly, but particularly with local communities to understand, well, actually, are we content really rebalancing and refocusing the city environment away from the private car, which was what we've said in the papers, certainly what the Joint Assembly talked through. But as is always with these things, the devil will be in the detail, which is why we are suggesting that your entire meeting in September covers city access in far more detail.
Just briefly, Chair, I would support the point that I think you've already been interested in, but was also made by Councillor Bick, that we do add a recommendation on the wording so that we do reference, if this is going to be approved, the need to incorporate this scheme with the developing work on the city access strategy.
Yeah.
It's an aside issue, but maybe I wasn't concentrating enough, and if so, I apologise. But I cannot remember a categoric response to Mr. Strauss's question, and I do remember, and this contradicts claims from, I think, an MP that there's been a lack of continuity, because I've been at lots of meetings on this issue since 2015, that we made an earlier commitment that we would progress a scheme on Adams Road. Sorry, this is a sidetrack, but a sidetrack I'd appreciate, not being an empty promise earlier.
So to be categoric, we are pursuing a scheme on Adams Road. We're bringing it forward as part of the Combert and Greenway proposals, and we expect in the near future to have outline designs that we can discuss with local residents and with the Residents Association.
Sorry for the sidetrack. I do appreciate the thoroughness that we've been going through the core issue today.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so can I just, sort of Councillor Herbert's comment, can I just ask the board whether we are in agreement that we will add city access to C as the recommendation in terms of adding that to the list? Is that accepted? Okay, we will make reference to city access. Can I also just ask a question of Mr. Blake in the context of the question which I asked Mr. Sutton about the prioritisation issues? The reference to the national bus strategy here would contain a review of what options there may be on short-term prioritisation measures consistent with the national bus strategy.
It would. All I would add is that the response for this area will come from the combined authority, as they are the public transport authority, so we would be working in partnership with them.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you. Okay, so with those recommendations, can I just now turn to any comments or which the board members want to make on the recommendations and the item itself? Mr. Lowe.
I won't give the full comment, but I do need to make several comments. I've listened at length and understood some of the concerns, and I can see a view from residents in the Coton area that they don't want this, but it does come back to a point that was made earlier, that there is a strategic need, and I don't believe that we've skewed the evidence, and that was one of the claims that was made. I do believe that we've gone through an elaborate, lengthy, thorough, thoughtful and objective process in reaching the conclusion that we have, that an off-road route to the south is the right option. I have been involved in looking at an off-road route to the north, and the gentleman from the American Cemetery is no longer here. I do not think that this has any material impact on the American Cemetery. I appreciate there are wider points here, but if we actually look at the thoroughness that we've looked at different options and assessing the need, there is a real need for an off-road route because of simply as Mr. Sutton has also alluded to, we are not dealing with the current, we are dealing with the future. And as has been evidenced by the Mayor when he mentioned the success of the route from St Ives through past the growing Northstowe, this is a transport necessity. And for people to only harbour views about, well, we can have a Girton interchange, or we can have various things, or it's not needed because of East-West Rail. They're entitled to put the point, but fundamentally it is motivated often by a legitimate issue, which is we don't want anything. But our job is to answer the question, and the question is, how do we improve transport? And I heard another comment this week, which was, you can't do this in the green belt. Well, we are unavoidably needing to provide transport solutions through the green belt to answer the point that Mr. Sutton made, that there is a growth in population, and there's been an even bigger growth in transport movements. I don't ever hear a voice for the bus users of Camborne, and I don't ever hear the voice of people moving into the area needing to be able to get to work or to the centre of Cambridge. And I can explain my logic in fuller detail if people want it, but this route off-road is needed for the future and is essential. And I have listened to evidence all the way through, and there's been a thorough assessment, and I'm glad that we're moving to the EIA stage, Chair.
Thank you.
Lisa.
Thank you. I wanted to follow on briefly from what Claire said, and I think we find ourselves in a similar situation, paradoxically, because she's on her way out and I'm on my way in. And perhaps we have similar, at this point, levels of uncertainty on how you deal with public interaction in these meetings. And I'm very sorry that a couple of the people whose comments I wanted to address are no longer here. Sometimes the democratic process requires long discussion times. It is regrettable, but it's how it is, you know. And I think what I've heard in terms of the relationship between this and city access, and by the way, absolutely we should have that recommendation, and I think it's a great idea. Everybody else has said it, but I was going to say it. And, you know, one of the things I'm hearing is that there seems to be a desire to say, until that is sorted, don't do this, and until this is sorted, don't do that. Which is a problem in the sense that quite clearly you end up not doing anything, because neither of those things can proceed until the other thing has proceeded. And I have a feeling that this is potentially where we've been until now. And also, given my new status on here, perhaps it is possible, and maybe some of the officers or some of the people that were here before me can confirm, that sometimes a lack of alignment among the people making these decisions can cause delays, and that seems to have happened over the past four or 5 years, which is a pity, and I feel that we have a greater alignment now to actually be able to be on the same page on some of these decisions, which will be enormously beneficial, I think. And in terms of city access, you do actually have to have the full picture. You know, you have to get people from the commuter belt into Cambridge, move them around, and then get them back out. And I would be grateful for a confirmation that my feeling is right, that these things are all very urgent and they all need to be developed together with a fuller vision, and they don't get solved without one another in that sense. And you know, they are elephants in each other's room, and they're very big elephants because they've grown over the last 4 years, and hopefully we can stop them growing now, and I am very hopeful about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil.
Thank you. I'll try and be brief, because Lewis has said a lot of what I wanted to say as well. I wanted to thank the auditors for their work and analysis, which I think was really welcome and excellent. Just to address a couple of points that were made from the floor. First, about city access being used as a way in which we have, or something we've fallen back on as something that will solve a lot of the issues that we weren't prepared to address. I think it has been used in that way sometimes, and I don't want to raise expectations any more than they have been raised about our next meeting when we'll be looking at it. But we have been trying to do this with not one, but both hands tied behind our backs over the last few years. I think now we have a real opportunity not to rule things out of the city access debate, but to start rule things back in again. And that's what I'm very much hoping we will be doing when we meet to talk about it. Greenbelt has been raised a few times, and it's going to be raised, I suspect, in the discussion on CSET, which is to follow this. And I think there's some misunderstanding about greenbelts, which are not a cordon sanitaire. And one of the exceptions that, to greenbelts, and I'm looking at it right now, is the local transport infrastructure. And to me, this is absolutely the kind of thing that we should be thinking about, unfortunately. But nevertheless, greenbelts are not there to stop all kinds of development. They are there to stop certain kinds of development. And then finally, just on the recommendation, I mean, I think the audit really supports the process and the analysis and the direction that we've been taking to date. So I would support the recommendations. I would support the move to the EIA and the EA, and some of the issues which come down to difference of views on development will rightly be considered by an inspector as part of the public inquiry. But we need to be able to get to that point, and therefore I support the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Do I have any more comments before I make the summarise? Okay. Okay, well, I think this is we've had lots of questions, we've had lots of discussion. I really thank the Mr. Sutton, Mr. Swan for the independent audit. I think it's been a very useful process from my sense, and that when I reflect back on what the role of the GCP is, our role is to deliver the objectives and, of the Combined Authorities Local Transport Plan and the local plans. And I think we've heard amongst the board members today and in the independent audit confirmation that this scheme does deliver those important objectives associated with managing the growth and the sustainable transport which is required to go along with the employment growth and the housing development in our local plans. So that has been a useful part of the process, and I feel that the strategic objectives sort of tick and the delivery tick box has been actually satisfied. I also feel, and a number of board members have made this, that the independent audit went through the actual process which was undertaken by the GCP, and I have heard basic confirmation of the robustness and the thoroughness of that process, which has led to the preferred option. I also think that you've correctly pointed out, and which we've reflected in the recommendations, that there are, as you say, weak links relating to city access. There are other areas where we need to keep working on making sure that the impact of COVID-19, East-West Rail, bus strategy, the short-term options are actually reflected in our work. But essentially, the important conclusion, and the most important conclusion out of your report, is that none of those are grounds for delay in moving forward in the project. And lastly, on the environmental, there are clearly lots of concerns, residual concerns around the impact of this scheme. No scheme is perfect, and this one clearly has some points which have raised a lot of concern. I feel that you've also made a good case that those are to be addressed in the environmental impact assessment, and that we will hopefully, through that process, focus on those points, particularly around Coton and particularly around Hardwick, and ensure that those impacts are understood and to the best possible extent mitigated. So I'm in a sort of position where I feel that we are able to move forward on this scheme as per the recommendations. So at that point, if there's no other comments from the board members, I'd like to sort of move this to a vote. Is there any other comments Mr. May? Claire.
A quick one. I think the strategic decision that we're about to make is right. I think it's then down to all of us to make it the best possible implementation that we can. So the strategic decision is the right one. I support it.
Okay. So we're dealing with the recommendations on page 358. 3 recommendations with C, with the addition of the city access. Can I take a vote? Everyone in favour, please indicate. Okay, that is unanimous. So thank you very much indeed. I'd like to thank the officers concerned, and I'd like in particular to thank again Mr. Sutton and Mr. Swan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swan, Mr. Sutton.
Yeah, I think we may take a short 5-minute break. I'm conscious you've got a significant item ahead of us, but let's reconvene at 3:45. Sorry. agenda item 13, I'd just like to make an announcement. I understand the problems with the live stream continue, and there was an interruption just at the moment when the board took a vote on the last item on Camborne to Cambridge. So I would just like to confirm for those who are listening on the live stream that the recommendations were approved with the addition of a reference to city access in part 3 of the recommendations as to future work which needed to be conducted in parallel with the work on the environmental impact assessment. Apologies again for that. So moving on to agenda item number 13 on the Cambridge South East Transport Scheme. I would in the first instance like to invite Tony Orgy, who's chair of the local liaison forum, to feedback on their meeting which they had on the 7th of June. Welcome.
Thank you very much. The local liaison forum had a public meeting on the 7th of June, which was between the publication of the papers for the Joint Assembly and the Joint Assembly meeting itself. At this meeting, presentations were given by GCP consultants and staff, and the presentation is on the GCP website, and I'd like to discuss the following issues which are raised at the meeting. First of all, I'd like to say something about route and route variance. 2 route variants were each separately considered, but some of the discussion, concerns and challenges were of a general nature and applied to either route variant and indeed to the GCP's preferred Brown route. There was complete surprise that there would only be 1,250 car parking spaces at the proposed new travel hub near the Four Wentways roundabout. It was thought that this out-of-the-blue reduction in car parking spaces at the new travel hub was of critical importance. Particular concern was expressed about the reduction in proposed spaces in the light of recent job creation and what is already known about future jobs to be created at the Cambridge Biomedical Campus. Given the number of jobs already in the CBC area and that they will increase by many thousands in the coming years, it was felt to be counterintuitive to reduce the number of parking spaces at the new travel hub. Reference was made to the present West Suffolk local plan up to 2031 and the fact that work was already underway on the next plan up to 2041. It was questioned whether any account had been taken about Haverhill's needs, since many people living there commute along the 1307 towards Cambridge, and about future growth in Haverhill. In response, it was stated that the reduction in the number of car parking spaces was the result of further traffic modelling. The combined authorities' response to the EIA consultation had stated that 2,000 spaces was too high. The figure of 1,250 was the proposed capacity in the opening year. Staff and consultants were asked at the meeting how could GCP progress such an uneconomic scheme, a scheme with a cost of £132 million that had a benefit-cost ratio of 0.71, a figure given on page 676 of today's agenda papers. Surely, it was argued, this was way under what can get approval, and such a low BCR makes it all the more important to see a revised economic model. There was then a somewhat fractious exchange of views about the BCR, focusing on the question, how is the BCR affected by the planned reduction in car parking spaces at the travel hub? Participants found it difficult, if not impossible, to believe that such a large reduction in the number of car parking spaces from figures quoted previously could have no impact on the value of the BCR. At the end of some time spent on this issue, my very clear impression was that those attending the meeting still remained intensely sceptical and thought that removing so many car parking spaces could only lower what was already an exceedingly low BCR. And by way of context, I should add that a GCP presentation at the Local Liaison Forum meeting held on the 1st of June 2020 gave figures of 2,000 to 2,500 car parking spaces and a BCR of 0.71. Attendees also raised the issue of CAM compliance and queried why a scheme was going ahead when the new mayor had stated that he would not be taking the CAM scheme forward. If the previous mayor's metro scheme did not go ahead, there was no need for this scheme, some people argued, and alternatives were suggested. In addition, the point was made that the GCP need to think strategically about Cambridge's problems rather than in silos, and that a light rail solution, for example, would give scalability. And it was pleasing to note that the new mayor was talking holistically. We then talked a little bit about the pink route variant, and GCP had commissioned a report to assess this, and you see that report in Appendix 6 of your agenda papers today. The very short GCP presentation at the meeting on this variant focused on the assessment report findings in relation to environment, costs, benefits, and the benefit-cost ratio. Overall, GCP argued that the brown route performed better than the pink route variant, and the brown route therefore remained the GCP's preferred route. Local residents responded by quoting the final paragraph of the GCP commissioned report, which reads as follows, and this was read out in the meeting. The technical assessment results for the pink route variant are sufficiently close that GCP could also take into account public and stakeholder opinions in reaching a decision on whether to consider the pink route variant for adoption as the preferred route instead of the current brown route alignment. Local residents felt the report made clear that differences between the brown route and the pink route variant were marginal, and they felt very strongly that their views had not been given sufficient weight in the process of determining the preferred route. The question, can you confirm that you will take into account public opinion, was asked in a variety of different ways, and it was stated that the parish of Babram wants the pink route variant and that the brown route cuts the field and goes through ancient water meadows. The brown route, does bisect the farm, and I understand that members of the GCP's Executive Board did receive an email yesterday from Cheveley Park Farms. Regarding the strategic Shelford's rail alignment, again, there was a short presentation at the meeting by the consultants focused on the findings of the Atkins independent review, which is set out in Appendix 5 of today's agenda papers. In support of the Shelford rail alignment, it was argued that the Atkins independent review stated that the route was feasible. The point was made that whereas the GCP has considerable financial resources, the iTransport report was crowdfunded locally and with support from parish councils. If there had been more time and greater finance available, then further research could well have addressed impacts and constraints identified in the review and so offset risks identified. Further work was needed. Regarding the environmental impact assessment, there was a comment that environmental impacts affect not only residents but also the wider community. And then there was a question about the type of transport to be used. In response, it was stated that no specific vehicle had been selected, but that vehicles would be electric powered when in the city, but not outside the city. On the expected opening date, it was likely that a hybrid bus would be used. There was widespread, I would say almost unanimous support at the meeting for the public transport on the CSET route to be all electric from the start of operations. And the final section I just want to say a little bit about is the EIA consultation. Concerns were raised about a number of issues, for example, bus stops on Francis Crick Avenue. For example, whether there would be hold-ups to the movement of emergency vehicles and whether the roadway would be wide enough for use by non-CSET buses. A number of comments and concerns were made about the Nine Wells area, what planting is proposed near Nine Wells, and what would be the impact of construction work on the Nine Wells Nature Reserve. Where would the construction compound be positioned? Some concern was expressed about pedestrian and cycle access to Nine Wells. Had there been an environmental impact assessment for this small, fragile area? Current access was by an informal path, but changing the surface to compacted hardcore was felt to be unsympathetic and completely unacceptable. In response, it was stated that the intention was not to make access to Nine Wells easier, but to maintain current levels of access. However, it was felt that this view was unrealistic, since improving access was likely to bring more people to the area. And finally, concern was expressed about details of the active route travel bridge over the A11. GCP's commitment to inclusivity and to local transport note LTN 120 was questioned, and the questioner went on to make further comments. In response, it was said that the further comments included new information that would be considered, and it was agreed that this issue would be discussed at the next non-motorised users meeting. And the final point, it was felt that cycle parking at the travel hub needed locker spaces in addition to cycle parking spaces, and that lighting was needed both at the hub itself and along the active travel route. So in conclusion, the LLF questioned whether the scheme was fit for purpose given the significant reduction in car parking spaces at the travel hub, and whether the scheme represented value for money. If it was decided to progress the scheme, then there should be further work on the Shelford railway alignment and the pink route variant. The mode of transport on the public route needs to be fully electric from day one, and issues such as those related to Francis Crick Avenue, the Nine Wells area, and the active travel bridge over the A11 need to be very seriously considered and resolved. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for joining us this afternoon and your feedback. You raise a lot of issues there, which I think if you stay around, Mr. Blake will answer in the first instance on his report and will be part of our discussion. So thank you very much indeed for your contribution. Okay, again, we have a large number of public questions, which I'm going to break into three blocks actually. And I would like in the first instance to ask the officers to read out questions from Carol Barnes, Councillor Howard Cattell, Gavin Flynn, Jenny Coe, John Hall and Colin Greenall.
The first question is from Carol Barnes. Why is GCP proposing to use Greenbelt land for the busway when there are two greener and more environmentally friendly alternative routes? I'm writing regarding the planned GCP busway route currently set to slice through the attractive undulating Greenbelt land near Magog Down, a cherished area of Cambridge countryside. Two much better alternative routes have been put forward, both of which would have far less impact on the environment. Route 1, a busway running alongside the A1307 to Babraham. This less intrusive route would be cheaper than the GCP's proposed route, as it would run alongside current infrastructure. Route 2, using the former Haverhill Railway route via Shelford, as described in the iTransport's report commissioned by Shelford and Stapleford councils. Additionally, this route would directly benefit the transport needs of local villagers along the route, which wouldn't be the case with the GCP plan. Need to review this decision. The criteria for choosing a busway route needs to be looked at again. Has the reduced need for public transport now that home working is becoming the norm been taken into consideration, for example? Additionally, lockdown has made us all think carefully about our local environment and our need for green spaces. The unnecessary loss of greenbelt countryside to the busway would not only make the surrounding area susceptible to development, but also be a great loss to the mental well-being of those people who currently enjoy this beautiful area. It would certainly have a disastrous effect on the environment when there are much greener and cheaper alternatives. This project urgently needs to be reconsidered, particularly in the light of changes to our needs and lifestyle.
The next question is from Councillor Howard Cattell, Chair of Stapleford Parish Council. With the CSET busway operating at capacity on opening, brackets, ICE transport report commissioned by Great Shelford and Stapleford Parish Councils, close brackets, how will the vision for growth at Cambridge Biomedical Campus be accommodated? Simply adding more buses, as the GCP has proposed, cannot be the answer, because the limited road capacity in central Cambridge prevents this. Central Cambridge currently has 125 buses per hour at peak. Independent consultants separately calculate that on present plans, that will need to grow to between 200 to 300 buses per hour. Will the GCP consider a more scalable and future-proofed infrastructure, such as light rail, that already successfully operates in several European cities of a similar size to Cambridge? Please justify your answer.
The next question is from Gavin Flynn. Qualitative analysis in the GCP's economic appraisal concludes that the preferred CSET route will have adverse impacts on landscape. If these impacts were quantified and hence properly incorporated into the economic model, brackets, as per government's transport appraisal guidance, brackets, tag, on monetising environmental, social, heritage and other non-market features of projects, they would negatively affect the already poor BCR of 0.81 of CSET. Why have you not done this? And what effect do you think that monetising them would have on CSET's BCR, brackets, or in its wider economic case if you no longer support BCR? In answering, please explain which other legitimate government guidance you are following, brackets, because at the Joint Assembly meeting on 10th June, this was the indication given by Peter Blake. And why is it more relevant than tag?
The next question is from Jenny Coe. Irrevocable damage to the Cambridgeshire landscape, rising awareness of and action to mitigate the climate emergency, the absence of a city transport strategy to link up the busways, other major infrastructure projects which, with busway projects, have zero planned compatibility, a vast lack of public support for busways and mistrust of the GCP, and the impact of COVID on public opinion, values and working habits. In the face of all these changes and pressures, the GCP has not notably altered its plans. Will not the elected members think of our children and grandchildren and plan a transport structure that Cambridge people deserve, rather than a naive, congestion-busting, short-term policy?
The next question is from John Hall. The CSET scheme has relied on an estimate that 29% of usage will come from the local villages. This is believed to be an overestimate by many villagers in Stapleford, given the sites of the stations. There is now further uncertainty, as partially reflected in an updated CSET's business report, about the impact of dilution by the EWR route. Other major uncertainties leading to possible further dilution of numbers include changes to flexible working practices around Cambridge and new post-pandemic national bus strategies. An updated genetic path could further dilute numbers of cyclists and walkers using the proposed active travel path. Would the GCP not think it sensible to, 1, defer their decision for the preferred route through the Greenbelt using buses down the A1307 for now until a more stable picture of demand emerges, and 2, given public disquiet and claims of not being heard, to publish revised estimates of usage and take these out to public meetings in the villages, both to update villagers on all changes and deliberations, but also to hear those concerns that villagers believe are not being heard nor addressed.
The next question is from Colin Greenhalgh. Greater Cambridge Partnership's proposals for the Cambridge South East Busway failed to integrate in any meaningful way with Cambridge City Access Scheme. It is like building the London Underground without Zone 1. The route starts in a remote car park, bypasses en route centres of population, and fails to demonstrate strategic integration with existing rail lines. East-West Rail, greenways, pedestrian routes, and Haverhill, from where many car journeys to Addenbrooke's Biomedical Campus and Cambridge originate. In addition, the lack of both a peak period congestion charge and restrictions on car occupancy numbers give no incentive for the majority of people to prefer public transport to private cars. Meanwhile, Smarter Cambridge Transport has calculated that GCP's busway proposals will cost almost £500 million, with every resident in South Cambridgeshire obliged to contribute £1,370 and every additional busway passenger costing residents £180,000. No wonder the business case ratio for the Cambridge South East Busway is only 0.81, compared with a GCP target of 1.5 to 2, a figure that becomes even worse than the 0.81 if the cost of the huge environmental damage to the Greenbelt, to villages such as Great Shelford and Stapleford, and to the mental and physical health of residents of Cambridge and South Cambridgeshire is included in the calculation. Can the GCP explain what evidence in support of CSET weighs more heavily than all these important and negative environmental, cultural and financial factors, a question which so far GCP has refused to address?
Okay, thank you. Could I ask Mr. Blake to respond to those block of questions, please?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of Carol Barnes's question, it's notable at the outset that both of our alternatives also go through the Green Belt. The suggested route running alongside the A1307 was considered previously, has its own environmental disbenefits, and was not supported in public consultation. It's also notable that that route also doesn't serve the villages at all, and was one of the reasons that we received the feedback that we did on the route. The alternative route using the former railway line through Stapleton and Shelford, details are appended to the document that you've got in front of you. The appraisal concludes that the railway alignment is considerably more expensive, requires the demolition of local properties, and creates impacts with the local railway line, particularly at the level crossings that are already a particular pinch point. Carol Barnes also raises the issue of COVID, as do a number of the questioners, so I'm just going to answer it here. In Greater Cambridge, the car is coming back far more strongly than all of the other transport modes, which is a cause of concern, but it also reflects the national situation, I'm afraid. It is still, though, too early to draw final conclusions from the impact of COVID. And the business case for this scheme and our schemes, and indeed every single scheme up and down the country, will be updated when the Department for Transport releases that information as we go to the next steps. It is, though, in the context of CSETs, notable that many of the NHS medical and support staff, staff working in hospitals and laboratory environments, cannot work from home. They will have to continue to go into their office as such. In terms of the question from Councillor Kettle, it is incorrect to suggest that CSETs will operate at capacity on opening, and it's one of the shortcomings of the iTransport report. If demand is higher, more vehicles can be provided. And the case study for that is the existing guided busway that has twice as many vehicles today as it did when it opens. Services today as it did when it opens. The City Access Programme we've discussed previously. Light rail, the Greater Cambridge Partnership members may well recall, along with the Combined Authority, reviewed the options for mass transit back in 2017. Light rail was not supported on grounds of cost and flexibility, and indeed light rail would not offer the scalability benefits that the questioner suggests in the urban environment. Turning to Gavin Flynn's questioning, we are absolutely following the government's transport appraisal guidance. That is what our business case is based on. That is what applications to government will be based on. We are monetising the environmental issues in the way that we are required to do so. We are also looking at the national capital assessment issues around monetising environment, and we are looking to pull that together as part of the application for the Transport and Works Act and submit it to the Secretary of State, which will also form part of the public scrutiny opportunity that communities will have at that juncture. Turning to the question from Jenny Coe, we do have a strategy. It is new infrastructure, new services, and refocus the city centre. And I think it is unfair to suggest that we've not noticeably changed plans. Again, for those members of the board that have been around long enough, they will recall that this started off as the 3 business park scheme that did not serve in any way, shape and form the local villages, and those plans have been changed significantly since the start of the process. The question from John Hall regarding patronage estimates, again, they've been produced in accordance with government guidance. East West Rail does not serve Shelford Station, and the expectation is it will not have a significant impact in the area. And then I think we asked the question from Colin Greenhalgh regarding interactions, city access we've talked about, but CSETs also will integrate with the existing guided busway. It will serve the planned Cambridge South Station, and we're working closely with Network Rail and partners on doing that. It's been developed in conjunction with the Lincoln and the Sawston Greenways, and the travel hub is being developed for onward journeys out to Haverhill, so that bus services coming in from Haverhill can join the segregated solution at the travel hub side and then enjoy the benefits in terms of tackling and avoiding congestion at that point. And again, to reaffirm, this is all being assessed in accordance with the requirements that the Department of Transport laid down. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Blick. Okay, if we can now go to the next batch of questions, which are asked by Dr. John Coppendale, Christopher Bowe, Barbara Kettle, Annabel Sykes, Roger French, and Peter Ray.
Thank you. The first question is from Dr. John Coppendale. Please quantify and explain the reduction in the size of the proposed new car park at Babraham from 2,000 spaces to 1,250 on the BCR of CSET, with reference to both your old and new economic models. Please recalculate the BCR of alternative routes put forward for public consultation in 2018 with reference to both the new and old economic models, so comparisons with the preferred Greenbelt route can be made. And can you set out your conclusions on all routes, including amplification of your previous response that the BCR is only one aspect to consider?
This question is from Roger French. How can the GCP board make a decision on whether to progress the CSET scheme further in the absence of a completed environmental impact assessment on both the preferred route and viable on- and off-road alternatives as required under Greenbelt policy? Why has this not been done as a first priority and made available for public scrutiny?
This question is from Christopher Bowe. Given that the current poor business case for CSET with a BCR of 0.18, why is the new economic model not being made available for public scrutiny? And does this not undermine the credibility of the methodology and the resulting projections? In the light of previous responses that the BCR is only one aspect to consider, will you apply the same criteria to alternative routes? In answering this question, please let us know what the BCR of CSET is using the new economic model.
This question is from Barbara Kettle. The independent iTransport report found that the Shelford Railway Alignment brackets SRA is a viable route option and that Mott MacDonald had substantially overestimated the extent of demolition required, in contrast to the public statements subsequently made by a GCP officer. The GCP's independent consultant, Atkins, brackets actually the GCP's retained consultant for Cambridge to Waterbeach scheme, found that design compromise was not considered a showstopper to rule out the feasibility of the SRA at this stage, but identified land acquisition and construction as risks which would require further work to properly understand. Given the requirement to appraise accurately the alternatives before developing in the Greenbelt, will the GCP undertake the work Atkins outlines and compare all route options on the same criteria? Please justify your answer.
The next question is from Annabelle Sykes. It is widely recognised that green spaces and nature have become more important than ever to people during the pandemic. It was noted on Radio 4 yesterday morning that UK biodiversity has experienced centuries of hurt and that we are in the bottom 10% of countries due to the large amount of the country's biodiversity that has been lost. In addition, the National Planning Framework requires avoidance of environmental impact first, ahead of any mitigation measures. Several transport projects are proposed that will significantly impact on the stretch of the Greenbelt to the south of Cambridge, between the city and its necklace villages. This stretch includes Nine Wells and Hobson's Park and the related green corridor into Cambridge. It also includes a precious chalk stream along which otters and the nationally threatened water vole are found. The projects are the new Cambridge South Station, East-West Rail and the Seaset Busway. The environmental impact of any one of these projects, including its construction on this area, will be considerable. The incremental environmental impact of all three, including the visual impact of the flyover junction EWR may need, has the potential to be overwhelming. Who is carrying out a comprehensive environmental assessment on this to decide which, if any, of these projects are justified?
The next question is from Peter Ray. 1. Given the known and yet unknown impacts on travel habits, working habits, and public finances post-pandemic, is the GCP going to pause decisions on the South East mass transport project to allow time for a thorough and meaningful review of the intended and previously discarded routes, budgets, and other brackets maybe unthought of ideas, as is being called for by ourselves and others, including our local MP? If not, why not? And how can GCP justify ignoring these calls in the current national situation? 2. Has the GCP considered other solutions? For example, one involving the purchase of electric PSVs for leasing at minimal costs to the large companies/organisations as a way of providing a transport alternative to the motor car on existing routes. And that would have a minimal impact on the area's environment. £140 million+ could be invested in rather a lot of vehicles at minimal cost to users, plus the necessary separated and secure pedestrian and cyclist infrastructure. If not, why not? 3. As we do not recall the time when the GCP was established, was there a requirement to consult the public? And was this and subsequent decision-making done in accordance with requirements in a meticulous and transparent manner?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blake, would you like to respond to those, please?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of Dr. John Coppendale's question, 1,250 car parking spaces are required for the scheme. The site can be expanded over time to 2,000 spaces, but we are cognizant of, one, it is within the green belt, and secondly, the requirement from the combined authority in the response to the EIA that said 1,250 should be sufficient, and so we are reflecting that. The new economic model, and there's a number of people who asked this question, when it is completed, it will support the full business case, and we will publish it as we've done with the existing model. In terms of the question from Roger French, under DFT requirements, we are required to produce an EIA, an environmental statement, for the preferred route only, which is what we are doing. Environmental assessments taking place throughout the design process, both to assess and to mitigate environmental effects as much as possible. That includes the outcome of this meeting and the design changes proposed in the report. The EIA, including the environmental statement, is the culmination of that process and will be submitted as part of the TWAO application as is standard practice, alongside a non-technical summary. Both the full environmental statement and non-technical summary will be available for public scrutiny following submission and prior to the public inquiry. Apologies. In terms of the question from Christopher Bow, the BCR has been produced alongside a whole series of benefit cost ratios for the different route options to help inform decision making. The GCP is committed to publishing, as I've said, an updated model when it's complete, and we'll make sure that it's in the public domain and it will feed into the work on the final business case. The question from Barbara Cattell is regarding the I-Transport report, and both the GCP and the Atkins report agree on property demolition is required, significant additional cost, and the complex rail interface requirements, and they're outlined in the report, and we'll cover them in greater detail later. The question from Annabelle Sykes. Each project is required to undertake its own environmental assessment. We are required to consider committed schemes. So Cambridge South Station is a committed scheme. So we have assessed the cumulative environmental impacts of that as part of our case. East West Rail is not a committed scheme, and so we have not done so, and nor have Network Rail on Cambridge South. Nevertheless, we will continue to work closely with Network Rail, East West Rail and other partners as we go forward, both to the public inquiry and beyond, to make sure we capture these issues in full. Peter Ray asked the question again around COVID, which I've answered previously about cars returning and the particular impact on the biomedical campus with office-based and hospital-based staff. He puts forward a proposition around electric vehicles. I think there are a number of concerns with that. One is potential state aid of giving £140 million to commercial bus companies. But actually, probably more fundamentally, is all of our evidence and all of our work suggests that people want regular, reliable bus services, and we know that regular, reliable bus services cannot take place on existing congested roads. So one of the reasons we are going for a segregated solution is to ensure that those regular, reliable services are provided. He raises the question on consultation and our obligations. We do have obligations under DFT requirements. We've consulted extensively on Cambridge South East, including 4 public consultations in the last 5 years. I believe that was the last of the questions, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we've now got 2 questions from Mr. James Littlewood. So could I invite him to come forward again and his questions? Thank you.
Thank you again for allowing me to ask these questions. I've got 2 questions about the environmental impact assessment. The first is that the EIA, known as the Environment Statement, is not complete for this project, and it's not provided with this pack of papers. What has been provided is a progress update on the EIA process, which is described on page 528 of your pack as a non-technical summary of the environmental statement, which it can't be because the environmental statement is not completed. The lack of an environmental statement also means that the local community cannot comment or raise questions about the findings. The board is being asked to approve this scheme to go forwards for submission for a Transport and Works Order Act without having seen the environmental statement. Given public comments from all voting parties on the GCP board regarding the importance of the environment, we believe that the board would want to see the environmental statement and give the community the opportunity to scrutinise it before it's submitted for the Transport and Works Orders Act, rather than as an application to the Transport and Work Orders Act when we would be faced with a public inquiry. As the application is not due to be made until late autumn, the board would have the opportunity to review the environmental impact assessment when it meets at its next meeting on the 30th of September. You've already agreed earlier in principle to look at the EIA for the C2C scheme before progressing, so I don't understand why you can't do the same for this one here. So Cambridge Past, Present and Future is asking the board to request to review the environmental statement at its next meeting before deciding whether to proceed with the Transport and Works Orders Act. The second question relates to the environmental impact scoping opinion that was submitted by the GCP and has been approved by the Secretary of State. This was unusual and it asked to assess the impact of two design options. This is because the GCP has not decided whether the busway would be constructed using a curb-guided system, similar to the existing guided bus, or using a regular road with line markings for an optically guided system. And this is set out on page 17 of the EIA scoping report, which states that the exercise concluded that both the curb guidance and the optical guidance achieve most or all of the guidance requirements for the CSET scheme and should both be developed and investigated further. To robustly account for either scenario, the environmental statement will assess both curb and optical guidance systems. The impacts of the two options would be different. Officers seem to be asking the board to approve to submit an application for a Transport and Works Act without indicating which of these two schemes they will be applying for. Please can the board ask for clarification on this matter? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Littlewood, for your question.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the environmental assessment and environmental statement, I answered that previously from Mr. Turnbull's question. That is part of a process. That process continues today with decisions that you are going to make, outlined in the report. The full environmental assessment statement and a non-technical summary will be made available at that point of application for public scrutiny, and then will be scrutinised, I'm sure, through any public inquiry. In terms of the guidance system, to be clear, we are pursuing an optically guided system. The approach that we are pursuing with government is not unusual. It follows a standard Rochdale envelope approach that has been approved by the Department for Transport. This approach may be employed when the nature of the proposed development means that some of the details are yet to be finalised. Those details are GCP, CPCA and DFT working on the regulations for optically guided system, and those regulations are currently being updated by the Department for Transport. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Blake. Okay. So now can I invite you to introduce the report?
Thank you, Chair. So, I mean, just starting with figure 2 on 527, where we are, the position is we've gone through the various early stages. We've produced an outline business case. We've got a preferred route. We've gone through an environmental impact assessment consultation. And the issues around the consultation are enclosed in the appendix, but particularly in paragraph 4.2, whereby we're making some suggested changes to our designs in light of feedback from that consultation. If you're content with them, they will be fed into that detailed work that will move forward to the application. We did also hear on 2 particular route variants that are outlined in paragraphs 4.6 and 4.10. And if I deal with them, whilst we've considered the route previously, because we heard on both of these route variants, we have included them in the body of the report. So 4.6 outlines the railway alternative route that has been put forward by a couple of the local parish councils, and there are 2 appendices on this that outline our assessment of it and an independent assessment undertaken that register some concerns with that route vis-a-vis the preferred solution that we've come forward with, and I think I've answered them in questioning. In terms of paragraph 4.10, the pink route variant is far more marginal decision. But in terms of the requirements that we are required to access by Department for Transport, cost, benefit, environmental implications, then all of those are marginally better on the brown route than they are on the pink route variant. That said, as we continue to work on this scheme and we go forward to a public inquiry, we should continue to inform ourselves of any potential issues that arise with the pink route variant. The rest of the report, Chair, outlines the nature of and response to the consultation that we've received, and then the implications on the next steps of the Transport and Works Act order, whereby we are pulling together the transport assessment, the environmental information that is required, and the detailed planning application that we will put forward to the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State is then extremely likely to request a public inquiry, whereby the planning inspector will call for all interested parties and those with a view locally and indeed from further afield to have the opportunity to raise concerns or raise support for the proposals that we are putting forward with, and we will await the outcome of that inquiry. Maybe I'll stop there, Chair, and happily try and take any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Blake. So, listening to those the questions and your introduction, I'm sorry, I should have thanked those who submitted questions and asked questions in person. Your contributions are much appreciated, as are those who have written to the board members on this particular topic. We thank them for their views, which have been expressed in the time they've taken to do so. And particularly, I would like to sort of acknowledge the work which had been commissioned by the parish councils on the Shelford Rail alignment, and their report, which I hope they will see has been reflected both in the report we're considering today, but also by the board members themselves actually engaging in that, and on several occasions actually visiting the location to understand the implications of that alternate. So we've heard a number of sort of issues raised. I think clearly there's a lot of discussion around alternative route alignments, which we've heard. Also around the impact on the greenbelt and landscape, and implications coming from COVID for business case and so forth. So I would like to start the debate and the discussion by inviting Councillor Bick to give us feedback from the Joint Assembly on this particular item. Please.
Thank you, Chair. We discussed this substance of this report. Mr. Orji from the Local Liaison Forum gave his report to us as well, and we had 14 public questions. Apart from one of our 15 members, the Joint Assembly was generally supportive of the progress that is recommended on this project. And a lot of the discussion revolved around the issues raised in relation to the railway alignment and the greenbelt, driven by some of the public contributions that we had and information that we've been provided with. I think the bottom line from the Assembly was that that we would have liked, like I suspect many people would have liked, an arrangement whereby the new transport alignment did go through the middle of the settlements that we're talking about, that would be more accessible to more people and probably less environmentally impactful. But we felt we had to recognise the evidence that we were being given about what was actually feasible to achieve. In relation to the green belt, and I think Phil Almendinger made a similar point in relation to the previous item. It is not our understanding that the concept of the green belt is a prohibitive concept. It is our understanding that it exists as a discipline to force us to try and avoid development in it. But if it can't be avoided, then it is under the right conditions, something that there is no alternative to. And I think we felt that that's the place we were, because we did want to see the further away didn't seem to us to be a satisfactory approach. And we did feel that we were dealing with some important wider strategic ad to do this well. There were two requests that we agreed to bring to the board in relation to this whole project. One was about the biodiversity net gain that should be sought through the development of this alignment. We believed that it ought to be a project in which we could commit to attain a 20% biodiversity net gain instead of the 10% that stands as our standard policy and I think national policy. This is an alignment that is almost entirely in the urban area, and a higher target like that ought to be something that should be attained. And in some way that is a recognition of the many people that are concerned about the use of the green belt for the alignment at all. The second request that we wanted to make of the board was that the board did take on the whole question of connectivity of these three settlements, each which has stops on the alignment, on the edge of the settlements, that you should take on the challenge of how people could regard those stops in those settlements as for them. They are, for many people in those settlements, some way from where they live. The settlements in particular, Sawston is a very large one, and we were interested in the board's approach to consider ways in which access could be extended within the settlements. And for example, the questions arise, so could a circular bus through each of those settlements exit the busway itself and then rejoin it? Do the stops at the edge of the settlements enable exit from the busway for the vehicles as well as re-entry if a loop was created around the settlements? It seems that's an important issue because there is no, as I understand it, there's no provision for sort of people to drive to those stops, and the distance for some residents is quite large. It's just an example, but it seems a pity that if we aren't willing to load the vehicles making use of this busway to the maximum extent, recognising we've taken the alignment so close to the settlements, but still not very close to some people in them. So those were the two questions we'd be very pleased if you would address in your debate, and we think that positive responses on those points would help to further improve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And the first is, could I just ask Mr. Blake to respond to those 2 points, the extent to which they can be incorporated?
I mean, I think both can. I think one already is in large part. We're just not making enough of it. So in terms of the connectivity and accessibility piece, one of the real issues on this route are the additional walkways and cycleways we're putting in. And so I think expanding that is relatively easily done. And I think in terms of biodiversity net gain, I think the way the calculation works, we kind of have to do 20% on the routes such as this to meet our, because we've said 20% across our wider programme. So I think the maths requires us to do it anyway, but in which case I'm happy to sit here and confirm that we will take that away.
Mr. Big.
Chair, if I just could come back on that. So I welcome the point about biodiversity. It'd be great if that could be recorded then. But I didn't quite feel that the whole point about access and egress from the busway, allowing loops within the settlements, I didn't quite hear that was something that was envisaged.
Sorry if I wasn't clear. So what is envisaged is the busway can be accessed and egressed at various points, and that will support the suggestion that you've made. Whether that actually takes place at stops or other slightly different locations, that will depend on the final detailed design. But in terms of what you're trying to achieve about having local bus services accessing the busway, that will absolutely be delivered, and we'll get that recorded.
Okay, Claire.
Just to address Tim's point, I think you may be talking at cross purposes. I may be wrong. Tim, my view is a rapid busway that goes from one point to another point via some stops. Are you suggesting that we take a rapid route and actually do loops around everywhere? Because I don't think that particularly works for me. Unless you have every third bus and the buses are going every 2 minutes, one bus goes through Shelford, one bus goes through Stapleford, one bus goes through Sawston. Otherwise, you might be better with a pack of scooters and minibuses scooping up around the villages. But I don't know whether you are talking about, because I think Peter's talking about getting cycle and walkways better lit from the centre of Stapleford to the bus stop, for example.
Yeah, that's right, but I do recognise the bus point, and so we will take that away.
I don't have a question, but I do have some comments, so if anybody has questions, then I'll stop.
Okay, can we just take any questions first, Lewis?
Just following up the discussion about biodiversity and also the context of the route, when I get emails telling me it's going across the Gog Downs, I'm somewhat dubious, but nevertheless, if I'm standing on the smaller down that's set apart from the Gogs, and I look out, what opportunities are there near the entrance points into Shelford and Stapleford to plant in that area? Because that both assists those two settlements and it's not maybe the best word, but it provides a baffle in terms of the view. I'm not saying that any view is sacrosanct, but those happen to be about the two most visible locations, because there will at those points be a bus stop, an enclosed covered area at both, and whilst at the moment they can see some houses, it will be an intrusive view.
And we are in continued discussions with the local community as to exactly what landscaping, foliage issues need to be addressed at those points. And we you know, I think this is something where we can largely be led by the local communities in terms of how they see the management of the area immediately around the shelters, because you're right, the most visible part of this will be the shelters in terms of accessing the route.
I'll save some comments for, like Claire will, for a statement, but picking up the interesting point that Councillor Bick spoke of, it would seem that if every third or fifth bus did a U down into Stapleford and out via Shelford, I would like that investigated, because it is in the nature of this area, which we as councillors added back in 2015 as effectively a first 5 years priority, given the volume of jobs and the volume of traffic in terms of bus users coming through. It is just by geography, the fact that Stapleford and Shelford are just slightly in the bottom end of this zone. And so personally, I think the transport benefit, there is some. So are you able to perhaps come back in a few weeks just with some response to that and then copy in the board members?
So there is some benefit to the local community in terms of the current proposals, and I believe I've already agreed to do it. So we will pull something together, and we will happily then consult with board members.
I think there is some benefit personally if I lived in those villages anyway, but I do think of this addition, but I do think that we're talking about a demographic with quite a lot of older people who have broadly got the choice of using their car or a bit of a walk. And anyway, so I appreciate your response, Mr. Blake, but I think it's a point worth the board and the Assembly pursuing.
And I'm happy to concede the point, and I will take the action to go away and come back with proposals.
Yeah, if I could just add my comments to this. I think this sort of reflects in some ways the discussion we had this morning about sort of maximising the sort of optionality and the connectivity around these schemes. Without actually trying to get into the business of sort of guessing or defining what the solutions are, I think that the general question, Mr. Blake, is if you could sort of consider how to sort of maximise the accessibility of the stops for the local villages by whatever means, and sort of report back to us. And actually, I think it's also as you get into the sort of detailed design, the same point really extends to, and we heard it in one of the questions about the sort of travel hubs as well, and sort of covering off when we get into the details now as to sort of what are the attributes of those and how do we make sure that they function as best as they possibly could.
Again, so I would agree with that. I'll take the action. I mean, obviously, the board has previously, the Assembly's previously considered travel hubs, and really moving the hubs away from a simple park and ride to a, we need cycle parking, but not just any old cycle parking. It needs to be secure cycle parking because, particularly we're looking at sort of e-bikes, the price point is significantly higher. We need to be looking at toilets. We need to be looking at Wi-Fi. We need to be looking at charging capabilities for vehicles. So that has been outlined, and that will be the sort of the direction of travel. We will continue to develop, I'm sure, the functionality of travel hubs, but I will certainly take the action away around the accessibility point, and we'll report back.
And just one last comment on that. I think your sort of comment that the best way to do that is with engagement with the local community is right, because there are clearly going to be trade-offs between the provision and what may be the impact in terms of the sort of visuals, at least, anyway. Okay, any other questions, Claire?
Just to continue the discussion of this point, we are in danger of becoming unfocused if we start trying to be all things to all people. Shelford and Sawston are reasonably well served for shopping occasional trips, I think. My focus for this expressway, for want of a better word, is to try and get the commuters who are doing this daily, so in from the Haverhill region into the hospital as workers at strange times of day, lab workers going out to Babraham, trying to get this rapid transit route. If we start going around every single opportunity to take somebody on a different route, we will become unfocused. It will cost a lot more. We will spend a lot more time going around the minutiae of picking up everybody. So just my plea would be try to keep focused on what the real need is and where the greatest benefit will come. Because from Shelford there is quite a good route to have active travel into Cambridge, for example, but there isn't from Abraham. So I'll end there, but just if we want absolutely every opportunity taken up, we will.
Blake, can I just ask you, one of the comments which came up in the questions was around
light came out in 2017, concluded that light rail wouldn't be appropriate. It may well be desirable, but it wouldn't be affordable, and it actually wouldn't offer the flexibility that we need in terms of delivering some of these schemes. So for that reason, we took a view in terms of sort of busways, and actually that's where the combined authority took a view in terms of rubber-tired cam at the time, because they followed the advice from that report. So at that point, consideration of light rail was no longer taken forward.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let me just, if there are no other questions, let me just open it up for more general debate. Sorry, Lisa, you're in my sort of peripheral vision, so please, if you do wish to, you have to wave a bit more vigorously. So, anyone like to comment to Claire?
I'll kick off if nobody else wants to. My feeling is very strong. We need a solution to enable the rapid growth that's already happening at both ends of this route, growth that is essential to the area and also to the UK. It is quite exceptional. We have very strong support from the hospitals, from the biomedical campus and the Babraham Research Centre on behalf of their workers. We shouldn't forget that in the many, many comments that we obviously get against some of the details that we're looking at. They're completely agnostic on the details of the route, to be fair. So they will take any solution that we can come up with. They need something because the A1307 is already congested, it's polluting, and they want people out of their cars. They can't get people out of their cars who are not willing to cycle the 5 miles that it is out of town to Babraham, for example, and coming into the hospital. It's too long a journey to walk or cycle daily, so people drive in and park on all the roads around there. Hospital and lab workers on the biomedical campus can't afford to drive and park. The parking is rare and expensive, and they have been working all the way throughout the pandemic, so these are not the workers who can work from home conveniently as some of us can. If we don't find a solution, there are companies out at the Babraham Grant Park who will continue to leave Cambridgeshire and the UK. They don't go to another part of the UK, they go somewhere abroad. We've got a real issue in my view. I appreciate politicians want to be popular. Please shut your ears, those of you who are sensitive to this one. But I am really unimpressed by politicians who get photographed with every placard. They write letters to us claiming that everyone is against this scheme or other schemes. There's little backup to these stated facts, and it just comes across as anti-business, which I obviously find quite offensive. Businesses are basically groups of people, normal people like you and I, working to pay for their food, their homes, and their taxes, which pays in turn for the schools, the hospitals, and indeed the politicians. So I think we really need a solution. We need it sooner rather than later. And if we can move on with the route that is the preferred route, I am neutral on brown versus pink variant. Brown is shorter and looks quicker. The pink variant might go along the hedgerow and the edge of the field, so might have some benefits that are in the detail that we will find later. But I support the route to the edge of Shelford and Stapleford simply because, having assessed in quite some depth the practicality of going through the centre of Shelford, holding up the level crossing for 35 minutes in every hour instead of 24 minutes in every hour, or whatever the exact numbers are, there's quite a substantial knock-on effect with all the contingencies of waiting for trains and buses, let alone knocking down the station building, which Network Rail is not going to rebuild anytime soon, and even more emotionally is knocking down houses and taking up people's gardens, which I think we've all declared we do not like demolition as part of our schemes. So I'm in favour of the scheme. We need a solution. We can't rely on the A1307, and I think our objections are absolutely valid, but we need to look for the greater good. Thank you.
Phil.
Thank you. Again, I think Claire has said everything that I want to say in a far more compelling way than I would be able to say it. This is similar in many ways to the discussion we had on C2C earlier. There's obviously a lot of local concerns about this, but I think it's strategically necessary for all the kind of reasons we've talked about, and we know that growth is happening and more growth is coming, and we need to do something to address that. So I'm confident that it's necessary, it's justified, and I think the next step in this process is the right one to resolve some of the arguments and disagreements that come down to what I would say are differences of view. how do you weigh the green belt against a strategically important transport infrastructure? The right way to do that is through a plan application and a public inquiry, and that's why I think we should be moving to support the recommendation.
Thank you. Lewis.
I read one article this week where another politician said that we should avoid putting transport routes through the green belt. It's unavoidable. We have gone through a sequence, and I appreciate the comments and the issues that have been raised by people in Stapleford and Shelford and others about this particular countryside. It is valuable countryside and a wonderful recreational area. The route on road has been assessed and is not deliverable, nor is, in practical terms, the route through Shelford, simply because there isn't enough space and people have built on what space there was. So this is the best route. And going back to the need is slightly different to the need in the other scheme that we've looked at this afternoon. But the reason why it got greater attention, and it has been looked at, as people have said, since 2015, is just that really rapid jobs growth. And if you look at sites, I think I saw the data for Granta Park, where way over 90% of people who go to Granta Park arrive by car, and it's not much different at Babraham. And just in the nature of the fact that there isn't really enough space at the biomedical campus for all of the linked businesses and employment and research. So it is in the nature of this area, plus people, the hundreds of people who travel every day in from Haverhill, and many resort to cars because that's the only practical option that they're sometimes left with, plus the fact that the whole area of not just the biomedical campus, but Addenbrooke's is just a disaster zone in terms of transport because people don't have an option at the moment on how to get in and out easily. So I do think this scheme is necessary, and if I came back 10 years after it's built, assuming it does get planning permission, I do think it will be universally welcome and valued and heavily used.
Thank you. Elisa.
Just very, very quickly again, I think a lot of the things have been said. Politicians will confuse you. I am completely aware of that. The same politicians will hold out placards, do not run a narrow strip of bus-bearing thing across the green belt. The same politicians will go on to campaign for wide and extremely quick development on the green belt in another place, which is not very far from where we are discussing. Development on the green belt is not an absolute, oh my God, we should never do that. It's something that you do according to the proper planning processes. There are those that you follow for housing and professional accommodation, and there are the things that you follow for transport, and I do believe that we are following the latter quite well. I do look forward to seeing how the next stage develops, and I also want to, you know, in terms of, I read all the things that were given to me about the pink, slightly less pink, slightly more pink, brown. I'm also quite neutral, to be honest, whatever works, and I believe we will get further input about that. I note that some of the most intrusive work that would be required to go through Shelford cuts across estates of people that don't have a clue that people are talking about that. That is dangerous. We have a whole sheltered accommodation estate, access to which would be curtailed. You do not want to do that. And I do actually think we want to look at making this a little bit more integrated, because there is probably space to accommodate something that works very well, both as a very straightforward, thorough route, and something that perhaps those people whose houses we're trying to save can use. And I think we can do that. And I very much look forward to seeing what happens next.
Thank you, Elisa. Thank you. Let me just sort of see if I can summarize this and my own comments as in doing so. So again, rather like C2C, in the discussion we had there, I think first of all we need to go back to what our role is here, and our role is to deliver the local transport plan and underpin the local plans. And I think I'm hearing from the board members is a sort of consensus that this scheme does that, and it delivers on the strategic goals of underpinning economic growth and opportunity. And I think the additional element of this scheme is, well, not the additional, it's contained in all our schemes, but the one which is particularly pertinent is that given the importance of the employment centre, it is expanding transportation opportunities, which increases the ability of workers to access high quality jobs and expands the scope of participation for people in the economic success of Cambridge. And that is one of the other elements of what we are trying to do as a board. No scheme is perfect, and this scheme does involve the development of the Greenbelt. I think that's well recognised, that is would be ideal if we could avoid it. It also involves stops for the buses which are on the edges of the villages, which also has certain issues associated with it. On the latter issue, I think we've covered that. I think Councillor Bick raised that. Mr. Blake's assured us that he will be working on that and report back to us on what the mechanisms are to sort of try and ameliorate that disadvantage. But in terms of the other element, in terms of the Greenbelt, it turns on then the issues of alternatives. And here I think there are alternatives which have been put forward very well, I would have to say, by the parishes involved. And if we deal with the Shelford rail alignment first, I personally went there 4 times. I know a number of other board members went there numerous times. That was a reflection, I think, of how seriously the officers and the board members reviewed that. I am confident in the assessment which has been presented to us in the report pack, that scheme is really flawed in a number of significant areas. We've talked about the demolition of houses. I know there's an argument about to what extent that demolition is required, but I point out 2 things, one of which is that in the water beach schemes which we reviewed this morning, demolition was such a significant issue there when consulted upon that it caused us in large part to drop one of the options. And secondly, if properties are not demolished, they may still be impacted by the existence of the tree screens, and the Shelford rail alignment would result in exactly that too as well. So I think that those issues are certainly relevant, and as Claire Russell route, which is in front of us. As Phil Alderman said as well, the ultimate decision on whether this scheme will get planning permission to be developed in the Greenbelt is for the planning inspector. But on the basis of the papers in front of us and as a board, I think we should consider whether we feel that the scheme is capable of satisfying that requirement. And from my personal perspective, I am, in that we've got a scheme for which it delivers on our strategic objectives, and the alternatives are inferior to the scheme which we have in front of us. So that concludes my comments. As I said, I would ask the board, when we look at these recommendations, to bear in mind, in particular, the issue of whether you feel that this scheme does deliver on our strategic objectives in the delivery of the local transport plan and the local plan, and also this issue of, which I think we've debated and understand quite well, of the potential impact of the scheme on the green belt and the landscape. So we've got 3 recommendations in front of us on page 528, which I will, for sort of 2.1 A, B and C. And I would just at this stage ask the board whether I can take those in favour of those recommendations. Thank you very much. So that is unanimous consensus, and those recommendations will go forward. So thank you very much indeed. So that concludes item 12 on our agenda. I think all that now leaves me to do, I think, is to just highlight the dates of the future meetings, which are in your agenda pack on page 2 of 678, with the next meeting scheduled for Thursday, September the 30th. So thank you very much to the officers for their support today. Thank you very much to the Executive Board members. Au revoir to Lewis and to Claire. I'm sure we'll see you again. And thank you very much indeed. And thanks very much to those members of the public who've participated and listened. Thank you.
And please can I thank you, Chair, for chairing and chairing so well. This has gone really, really well, in my opinion. So thank you so much.
Thank you.